Want to speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Polish Words. And today we will be doing top 25 Polish phrases. My name is Marzena. Let's start. So the first phrase is cześć. Cześć means hello in Polish. So when you meet your friend, you can say cześć, which would be like saying hello. But then again, you can use cześć to say bye as well. For example, when you meet your friend, you can say cześć, and then when you have to go back home, you can say cześć again. So this one is pretty useful. So our next phrase is dzień dobry. Dzień dobry means good morning in English, but actually what it literally means is dzień, which is a day, and dobry, which is good. So actually what you are saying, it's good day. That's why we can use it through the whole day, not only in the morning. You can say it in the evening as well, or in the afternoon. You can say it to your friends or to your family and to a person you don't know as well. So feel free to use it anytime you want. And our next phrase is dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór means good evening, literally means good evening. For example, through the whole day you would say dzień dobry, but at the end of the day you would say dobry wieczór. Now, actually, a lot of people, it's very difficult to know when can you start saying that, when can you start saying dobry wieczór instead of dzień dobry. So a lot of people I know starts with like dzień dobry, they want to say dzień dobry, but they didn't notice it's already evening and they say like dzień dobry wieczór, which is the funny way of saying that. You can try it if you want. Dobranoc. Dobranoc means good night. So you would usually use it before going to bed, when you want to say bye to your family or to your friends and just you are sleepy, you will just say dobranoc. Dobranoc, it's one word, but it actually came from two different words. So like dobra, which means good, and noc, night. So it literally means good night, but it's one word right now. The next phrase is jak się nazywasz? Jak się nazywasz? Which means, what is your name? If you meet a new person, you can use it, but remember that this phrase will be better to use with people of the same age or people younger, because it literally means, what is your name, not what is your name, sir, or what is your name, ma'am. That's why it's not too good to use for like older people. It's better to use it for your friends, for people the same age, or for younger people, for children as well. So once again, jak się nazywasz? And the next one is nazywam się. So obviously if you ask jak się nazywasz, what is your name, you have to answer that, and that's nazywam się, which means my name is. For example, nazywam się Marzena. So the next phrase is miło mi ciebie poznać. Miło mi ciebie poznać. Which means it's nice to meet you. So obviously when you meet a new person, you ask jak się nazywasz, and you answer nazywam się, like nazywam się Marzena, and then at the end you usually say like it's nice to meet you, and that would be miło mi ciebie poznać. So the next phrase is jak się masz? Jak się masz? Which means how are you? Now, the funny thing is that we don't really ask that a lot in Poland. I mean, we do, but not as often as you do it in English. So when you ask somebody jak się masz, how are you? Be careful, because this person can actually give you the real answer. The next phrase for today is dobrze, dziękuję. A ty? I'm fine, thanks. And you? Dobrze, dziękuję. A ty? I'm fine, thanks. And you? As I told you before, this may not be the answer that you will get. Some people will say so, but some people will just start talking about their problems, about their life, and instead of just getting I'm fine, thank you, and you will get the whole life story of this person and all the problems and everything related. Be careful when you ask this one. It's usually good to ask your friends, people you are closer to, with whom you really want to talk a lot, and then you will get an answer, longer answer. But of course, if you are asked and you don't want to talk about your life, you can just say dobrze, dziękuję, a ty? Proszę. Please. Proszę. Proszę means please in English, and you can use it, for example, when you give somebody something. So like, proszę. Or when you ask somebody to do something, like, proszę, proszę, zrób to dla mnie. Please, please, please do it for me. So going to the next phrase, dziękuję. Dziękuję means thank you in Polish. Well, you can use it to basically anybody you want. When somebody passes you something, you can say, and saying proszę, you can say dziękuję. When somebody invites you inside, saying proszę, proszę, you can say dziękuję as well. When somebody offers you tea or coffee, you can say dziękuję. If you don't want it though, you can say nie dziękuję, which means no, thank you. Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co means you are welcome, but what it actually literally means is there is nothing to be thankful for. So we usually say dziękuję, and the other person would say nie ma za co. Next phrase we have here is tak. Tak means just yes. Whenever you want to say yes, and it's basically the same as in English. So, for example, when you want to use tak, if somebody asks you, do you want a tea or do you want something to drink? And you can say tak. Or you can say, actually adding please, tak, proszę. And when this person passes it to you, you can add dziękuję. The next phrase is nie. Nie means no. For example, if somebody offers you something to drink, if you want it, you can say yes, please, which would be tak, proszę, or tak, poproszę. But if you don't want it, you can say nie, or you can say nie, dziękuję, adding thanks to that. So, do you want something to drink? Nie, dziękuję. And next phrase is dobrze. Dobrze means okay. So, for example, when your friends asks you to go somewhere, or like, do you want to go grab something to eat together? And you can say tak, or you can say dobrze, let's go. Yeah, sure, okay, let's go. Or if they ask you if you want to go together for a trip, you can say yeah, sure, dobrze. Yeah, I want to go. The next phrase is przepraszam. Przepraszam has many different meanings. So it can mean excuse me, but it also can mean I'm sorry. So you would see a lot of Polish people mixing excuse me and I'm sorry in English, because it's actually one word in Polish. So for example, when you stepped on somebody's leg, you can say przepraszam. When you did something wrong, you can say przepraszam. When you want to pass through like crowd of people, you can say przepraszam, przepraszam, and find your way out. If you did something wrong, you can say przepraszam as well. So it's actually a pretty useful one. So it means excuse me, but it means I'm sorry in the same time. Przepraszam. Przepraszam means I'm sorry. Actually, the next phrase is która jest godzina? Która jest godzina means what time is it? If you want to ask somebody, excuse me, what time is it now? You can say przepraszam, która jest godzina? So let's go to the next one. Another very useful phrase. Gdzie jest toaleta? Gdzie jest toaleta? Which means where's the toilet? So gdzie means actually where. Jest means be or to be, and toaleta is toilet. So gdzie jest toaleta means where is the toilet. So if you are in a shopping mall or in a restaurant and you want to ask, excuse me, where is the toilet, you will say, przepraszam, gdzie jest toaleta? The next phrase is poczekaj chwilkę. Poczekaj means to wait, and chwilkę means a moment, and together it means wait a moment, please. When you see your friend going somewhere, but you still want to talk to him or her, and you can just, call them and then say, poczekaj chwilkę. Ile to kosztuje? Ile to kosztuje means how much is this? When you go to a shop, you will say przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? So excuse me, how much is this? Przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Can I get the check, please? So imagine you are sitting in a very nice Polish restaurant eating pierogi or any other wonderful Polish dish, and you've just finished and you just want to get your bill. So you would just call the waiter saying przepraszam, and then you will add czy mogę prosić o rachunek? And the next one for today is pomocy. Pomocy. This means help, and I hope you will not have to use this one anytime soon. But if you're ever in danger, if you ever are in a very dangerous situation, which I hope you will not be in Poland, you can use this one, saying pomocy. Do zobaczenia. Do zobaczenia means see you later. You can use it when you speak with your friends and with your family or with anyone basically, because it's not super formal, but it's not only reserved to your closest friends. So like for example, we started this one with cześć, which was hello, but it was bye as well. And this one you would use when you speak with your friends, you would say cześć. But then for everybody else, your friends included, you can say do zobaczenia, which means until we see each other again. Potrafię dobrze mówić po polsku. I can't speak Polish very well. Nie potrafię means I can't. Mówić means to speak, and then po polsku means in Polish. So nie potrafię mówić po polsku, it literally means I can't speak Polish very well, or I can't speak in Polish very well if you wanted a very literal translation. When you start learning the language and you are still not so good and you meet like people and you want to tell them that your Polish it's not so good or it's not super good yet, you can use this phrase. Nie potrafię dobrze mówić po polsku. Thank you guys for watching. This was top 25 Polish phrases. And if you like this video, remember to give it a thumb up and leave some comments below. If you have any questions, you can leave it as well. And for more words and phrases, go to polishpod101.com. Thank you and see you again! Hello everyone and welcome to Polish Top Words series. My name is Marzena and today we will learn 15 favorite words chosen by fans. So let's start. Chrząszcz, beetle. So the first word is, and I promise you this is the most difficult word you will ever learn in Polish, as for the pronunciation, is chrząszcz. I will just say it again. Chrząszcz, which means beetle. Yeah, so we use it a lot for tongue twisters. Like, for example, a very famous one is chrząszcz brzmi w Szczecinie, w Szczebrzeszynie, which means beetle sounds in the reeds in a town called Szczebrzeszyn, which makes it even more difficult to say. Chrząszcz brzmi w Szczecinie, w Szczebrzeszynie. Oh yeah, that was correct. Córka, daughter. Córka. Córka means daughter. And if you want to say like your little daughter, you can say córeczka, which is a bit sweeter way of calling your daughter. If your daughter is studying Polish, you can say moja córka uczy się polskiego, which means my daughter is learning Polish. Cześć, hello, cześć, which basically means hello. And for example, if you meet your friend, you can say cześć, jak się masz? Hi, hello. Hi, how are you? Cześć, jak się masz? Just be prepared to hear the very, very long answer for the part how are you. Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? So you go to a shop and you see an item and there is no price tag, which still can be pretty common. And you want to ask, how much is this? You just say, ile to kosztuje? And a good answer for that would be, for example, 35 zł i 20 groszy. which means 35 zloci and 20 groszy. Kochać, to love. Kochać. That one is very good for Valentine's Day. So kochać means to love. And for example, you love your sweetheart, but sometimes you don't really understand this person. So you can say like, kocham cię, ale czasem cię nie rozumiem. Which means I love you, but sometimes I don't understand you. Kolega, friend. Kolega. Kolega means a friend. Now there's a very funny thing in Polish because we have another word. It's przyjaciel. We translate przyjaciel as a friend as well. But przyjaciel is a better friend. Kolega, it can be used as colleague in English, so it doesn't have to be very close friend. And it's always about guys. For a girl, you would say koleżanka. So kolega for guys and koleżanka for girls. If you want to introduce somebody and say still that this person is your very, very good friend, you can say, to jest mój najlepszy kolega. This is my best friend. And if this friend happens to be a girl, you can say, to jest moja najlepsza koleżanka. Niespodzianka. Surprise. Niespodzianka. Niespodzianka means a surprise, and this noun is actually very, very funny because it comes from two different words. So nie, which is basically a negation, means no, and spodzianka, it's from spodziewać się, which means to expect something. So it's like not expecting something or something that is not expected, which basically gives you a surprise. For example, imagine that you are in this long-distance relationship with your girlfriend, and then she doesn't say anything and she just comes to you with no notice, and you open the door and you're very surprised to see her there, and then you say, a to mi zrobiłaś niespodziankę. Oh, you sure surprised me. Polska, Poland. Polska. Polska means, well, Poland. So if you want to say that Poland is in Central Europe, you can say Polska leży w Europie Centralnej. Spać. Sleep. Okay, so the next word is spać, which means to sleep. And for example, when you meet your friend in the morning and you want to ask, like, did you sleep well? In Polish we would say wyspałaś się, if that's a girl, or wyspałeś się, if that's a guy. I know that this wyspałaś się doesn't really sound like spać because we attach wy in front of it, but it actually is the same verb. Again, for a girl you can say wyspałaś się, did you sleep well? Or for a guy, wyspałeś się. Super, awesome, super, awesome. Let's say you found out that your best friends are dating and you are so happy and you say like, super, to kiedy ślub? Awesome, so when is the wedding? Szczęśliwy, happy. Okay, so the next word is szczęśliwy, which basically means happy. Well, let's go back to this Valentine's Day, and when you are with your sweetheart and you want to say how happy you are with him, you can say, jestem z tobą bardzo szczęśliwa, which means I'm very happy with you. And this is something that a girl would say. If you're a guy, you just have to change this last part. Szczęśliwa, szczęśliwy. Pływać, to swim. Pływać. Pływać means to swim. If you go to the seaside with your friends and you want to tell them, I'm not so good at swimming, so please watch me. And before something happens, you just say, nie umiem dobrze pływać, which literally means I can't swim well. Zdrowy, healthy. Zdrowy. Zdrowy means healthy. And there is this very common Polish saying that you can use. It's w zdrowym ciele, zdrowy duch, which means in a healthy body, a healthy mind. Oczywiście, of course. Oczywiście. Oczywiście means of course. Actually, a lot of my friends who are learning Polish, they say that this one is their favorite. And if somebody asks you for a favor and you want to say, but of course I will do it for you, no problem, of course, you can say, ależ oczywiście, but of course. Do zobaczenia później. See you later. Do zobaczenia później. And it means see you later. When you are going back home, you want to say bye to your friends, coworkers, classmates, or anybody else, you can say, no to do zobaczenia później. Well, see you later. Thank you for watching 15 favorite words chosen by fans. My name is Marzena, and if you like this video, please leave a comment and give us thumbs up. And if you want more videos or more vocabulary, please go to polishpod101.com. See you later! Do zobaczenia później! Hello everyone and welcome to Polish Top Words. So, my name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 hardest words to pronounce in Polish. So, are you ready? Let's go! Drożdżówka, yeast cake. Drożdżówka, yeast cake. So, if you've ever been in Poland, you probably saw those deliciously looking cakes or like buns, and that's actually what drożdżówka is. We have it with marmalade, we have it with poppy seed, we have it with cheese, anything you can imagine basically, and they're delicious, so everybody remembers it from like when they were children and eating it almost every day and not getting fatter. So for example, if you like this one with poppy seed, you can say uwielbiam drożdżówki z makiem, which means I love the yeast bun with poppy seeds. Dziękuję, thank you. Dziękuję. Dziękuję is just thank you, yet it's quite difficult to pronounce. Dziękuję. So if you want to say thank you for everything you've done for me, you can say dziękuję za wszystko, co dla mnie zrobiłeś. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Książka, book. Książka. Książka, it's a book. So, if you see a book and you are not sure what it is and want to ask, like, what kind of book is that? What is this book? You just, look at it, you point at it and you say, co to za książka? What is this book? Chrząszcz, beetle. Chrząszcz. I guess this is like, for me, as a native speaker, it is probably one of the hardest words to pronounce, if not the hardest one. And chrząszcz means beetle. And for example, you can say, widziałeś tego chrząszcza? Have you seen this beetle? Cześć. Hello. Cześć. Cześć means hello. And you can use it as hello, and you can use it like as bye-bye. You just use it to your friends or among your friends, among like people of the same age. You don't really use it to elders or people you don't really know. For example, when you come in to a room and you see your friends sitting and doing something and you want to ask them, hi, what are you doing? What are you up to? You can say, cześć, co robisz? Oczywiście. Of course. Oczywiście. Oczywiście means of course. And let's say your friend asks you to do something for him or her and you want to say, of course I will help you. You are a good friend. You can say, oczywiście, że ci pomogę. Przepiękny. Very beautiful. Przepiękny. Przepiękny means very beautiful. Comes from piękny. Piękny means just beautiful. But if you want to say like very beautiful, like really beautiful, we will say przepiękny. Przepiękny. So, for example, you saw this wonderful sunset and you want to say it was very beautiful. You can say zachód słońca był dzisiaj przepiękny. The sunset was very beautiful today. Przerażający. Terrifying. Przerażający. Przerażający means terrifying. And horror movies are. If that actual horror was very terrifying, you can say Ten horror jest przerażający. This horror movie is terrifying. Let's watch something different. Przeszczęśliwy. Overly happy. Przeszczęśliwy. Przeszczęśliwy means overly happy, like very happy, like super happy, like you are just really, really, really happy. You can say jestem przeszczęśliwa. That's if you're a girl. Or if you're a guy, you can say jestem przeszczęśliwy, which means I'm overly happy. I'm really happy. Krzyżówka. Crossword. Krzyżówka. Krzyżówka means crossword. Well, let's say you love doing crosswords and your friend is asking you, oh, do you want to do this one with me? And you are like, no, sorry, thank you, I've already done it. You can say, rozwiązałem już tę krzyżówkę. I've already solved this crossword. Thank you for watching 10 hardest words to pronounce in Polish. And my name is Marzena, and if you like this video, please leave comments and give it a thumbs up. And for more videos and more vocabulary, please visit polishpod101.com. So that's all for today. Thank you and see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 phrases to amaze native speakers. So let's go! Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Thank you, but I'm not Polish. Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Thank you, but I'm not Polish. So I guess after long years of studying Polish, somebody can mistake you for an actual Polish person, and then you can say, oh, no, thank you, I'm flattered, but I'm not Polish. Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. It took me only a year to become fluent. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. It took me only a year to become fluent. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. And if you're a girl, you want to change this nauczyłem się into nauczyłam się. Nauczyłam się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. Będę mówił po polsku jak Polak w 3 lata. I will speak Polish like a Polish person in 3 years. Będę mówił po polsku jak Polak w 3 lata. I will speak Polish like a Polish person in 3 years. That can be a goal for you to achieve and kind of something you can do. So please try. Good luck. Powodzenia. Uczyłem się polskiego przez 10 lat. I've been learning Polish for 10 years. Another thing that will leave people impressed is saying that you've been learning Polish for a very, very long time. And you can say, uczyłem się polskiego przez 10 lat. I've been learning Polish for 10 years. And remember, if you are a girl, you want to change uczyłem się into uczyłam się. Mogę oglądać polskie filmy bez napisów. I can watch Polish movies without subtitles. Mogę oglądać polskie filmy bez napisów. I can watch Polish movie without subtitles. This is something that will really impress people, and I guess you can achieve it by watching a lot of movies and then studying Polish with polishpod101.com. These two methods combined will lead you to success. Potrafię zapamiętać około 50 nowych polskich słów dziennie. I can memorize around 50 new Polish words a day. Potrafię zapamiętać około 50 nowych polskich słów dziennie. I can memorize around 50 new Polish words a day. That's a kind of achievement, yet, think about it, it's not very difficult to do. So if you try to study with like flashcards from polishpod101.com, you can actually may be able to do it in a very, very short time, go to up to like 50 words, because words are very similar and there are the parts that you already know, and that kind of helps you memorize. So be sure to think about it whenever you're learning a new word. Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polish is fun and easy to learn. I guess a lot of native speakers think that Polish is very difficult, and it is, so you can amaze them by saying Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polish is fun and easy to learn. Well, I would be amazed if somebody told me that, so please try it out on your Polish friends. Mówię nie tylko po polsku, ale jeszcze w kilku innych językach. Apart from knowing Polish, I can speak a few other languages as well. Another thing that many people find amazing is if you can speak not only Polish but other languages as well. So in that case you can say mówię nie tylko po polsku, ale jeszcze w kilku innych językach. Apart from knowing Polish, I can speak few other languages as well. That's definitely something to amaze your friends. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. I'm learning Polish all by myself. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. Which means I'm learning Polish by myself. I'm learning Polish by myself. Polish is a very difficult language to learn, so learning it by yourself is actually very difficult. It requires some time, it requires effort, yet if you can do it, that's really amazing. Go for it. Nie mam najmniejszych problemów z polską ortografią. I have no problems with Polish orthography. So what is the most difficult part in studying Polish? Well, somebody would say it's an aspect, but I guess there is another part that's very difficult, and it's orthography. And actually, orthography is difficult not only to foreigners, it's very difficult to Polish people as well. And we got a lot of people, not even our president can spell some words, so please watch news for that one. So, if you want to impress somebody, you can say nie mam najmniejszych problemów z polską ortografią, which means I have no problems with Polish orthography. That's actually cool. I do have problems with Polish orthography, so I would be impressed. Thank you for watching. This was 10 phrases to amaze native speakers. And did you try any of these? Which one works the best? Please let us know in the comments, and please remember to like this video. And for more words and for more lessons, please visit polishpod101.com. Thank you again and see you next time. Cześć!
Speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Hello everybody and welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we'll learn 10 foods that will kill you faster. Okay, let's start. Boczek, bacon. Boczek. Boczek, it means bacon, and I guess it's a basic ingredient for lots of people's breakfast, yet maybe some people say it's not so healthy. I personally don't eat it, but I believe it's not so bad for your health. So if you are one of those people that really likes bacon and eggs for your breakfast, you can say na śniadanie jem jajka z boczkiem. For breakfast, I eat eggs and bacon. So bacon it's still very popular in Poland for breakfast, but I guess maybe even more, at least in my house, it was more popular for dinner, which we call supper in Polish. And I guess, a lot of people likes it, so, well, maybe it kills you, but what can you do? And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so enjoy your bacon. Napoje energetyczne, energy drinks. Okay, this one, I must admit that I drank a lot of this when I was the university student, and it's napoje energetyczne, napoje energetyczne, which means energy drinks. So I didn't discover energy drinks till I was like a second year university student, and I discovered that all my friends are super awake because they are drinking all those, energy drinks, and I was the only one that didn't know about it. So, well, once I discovered the secret, I started drinking a lot, and I guess that's one of my big points. And you can get a lot of different energy drinks in Poland. Some are like Polish brands. You can get like 1 liter bottles or like 1.5. And we used to drink it before session, like before exams. We used to drink it like before exams. Me and my 2 friends, we gathered at my house and we were studying and we had exam every day. So we used to drink like the whole bottle. A person. And me and my friend, we are actually good, but my other friend, she got like, her heart started beating fast, so be careful, don't overdo it. But we used to sleep like 1 hour a day, so we really needed that. If you live very healthy and you don't really want to drink that, then you can say nie pijam napoi energetycznych, which basically translates to I don't drink energy drinks. And good for you. Przetworzone mięso, processed meat. Przetworzone mięso means processed meat. Tworzyć means to make, to create, and this prefix prze means like to repeat something, to do it like many times. It can mean different stuff, but I would translate it literally like go through that again, or go through that. So go through the whole process of creation, and then meat that goes through the whole process of creation. So przetworzone, so go through the process. I guess that's the best explanation. Przetworzone mięso, processed meat. We've got a lot of meat in Poland, and obviously among that meat we've got processed meat as well. So you can actually say that w sklepach jest dużo przetworzonego mięsa. So you can say there is a lot of processed meat in shops, among all the other very good meat. So please be sure to try Polish meat, the one that is actually good and good for your health. Mrożone posiłki, frozen meals. Since Polish people really like home cooking and, everything that your mom or your grandma or your father or grandpa makes, since we really like it, we don't really buy a lot of these. But our next word is mrożone posiłki, which basically means frozen meals. So if you are, on the other hand, one of those people that actually buys a lot of these, you can say zazwyczaj kupuję mrożone posiłki. I usually buy frozen meals. Zazwyczaj kupuję mrożone posiłki. Chipsy, potato chips. Chipsy, which basically means potato chips. You can spell it with H, like kind of taken, like taking this, English spelling into Polish and then just adding the word ending, and it's chipsy. Or you can translate it or transcribe it into Polish spelling with C and Z. Actually, it's up to you, but I think that the English spelling is more common still. So chipsy. And if you're like me and you don't really like potato chips, I must admit I really don't eat potato chips at all. You can say nie przepadam za chipsami. Nie przepadam za chipsami. And if somebody offers you potato chips, saying nie przepadam za chipsami is actually a very nice way of saying no thank you. So basically what it translates to is I'm not a big fan of potato chips. Nie przepadam za chipsami. No thank you, no. Nie przepadam za chipsami. Margarine. This is something I'm not a big fan of as well, and it's margarina. Margarina means margarine, and a lot of people kind of thinks that it's better than butter. I myself, I think like butter. I'm a butter person. I don't like margarine. Yeah, if you do and if you use it instead of butter, you can say używam margaryny zamiast masła. Używam margaryny zamiast masła. I use margarine instead of butter. Używam margaryny zamiast masła. Śmietana, cream. Well, I cannot say it's unhealthy because it's like a base of a lot of very, very good Polish dishes. So please don't think it's unhealthy. Please don't think it's going to kill you. It won't. And it's śmietana. Śmietana means cream. And you use it to a lot of Polish dishes. I personally love this one called mizeria, where you put like cucumbers and then you add śmietana, which is cream. So you put cucumbers, you add cream, you add salt, pepper, maybe a little bit of lemon on the top of it. Oh my gosh, it's wonderful. It's the best salad ever. And yeah, we call it a salad, which you can have with your dinner or your lunch. Please try it out. And if you are not sure if somebody, like if you're not sure if your friend likes śmietana or not, you can say, or you can ask him or her, lubisz śmietanę? Do you like cream? Macaron instant noodles. Another thing that is supposed to be bad for your health, and I guess it is, it's macaron instant. And we've got a lot of food that is instant. Macaron, which is noodles, is one of those. Macaron instant means just instant noodles. And of course, it may be not too good for you. That doesn't mean that you don't want to eat it. So when your friend is going shopping and you want like one of those, cup noodles, you're just hungry and you don't want to cook, you can ask him or her, kup proszę makaron instant. Please buy instant noodles. Kup proszę makaron instant. Please buy instant noodles. Sukirek, candy. Sukirek basically, when you look at this word, you can see this familiar part when you know how to say sugar in Polish. It's cukier, and then you see this cukierek. It's like, oh, this lovely little sugar piece of sugar. which is supposed to be very better for your health, and I guess it is. I'm personally not a big fan of that, but Sukirek means a candy. And a lot of Poles, we like mint candies. So you can say lubię cukierki miętowe. I like mints. Lubię cukierki miętowe. I like mints. A lot of people in Poland do, especially older people, but not only, it's actually probably the most popular type of candies in Poland. Napój gazowany, soda. Next one is something I wouldn't touch myself. I was a big fan of those, but I'm not anymore. Quit that maybe 10 years ago, and that's napój gazowany. Napój gazowany, which means all types of soda. So napój gazowany is basically anything carbonated, and you can, for example, say nie powinno się pić napojów gazowanych. You should not drink sodas. Remember, nie powinno się pić napojów gazowanych. You should not drink sodas. That's it for today. Thank you for listening. Today we learned 10 foods that will kill you faster. Which one of these do you secretly like? Please tell us in comments, and remember to like this video, and for more words and more lessons, please go to polishpod101.com. That's all for today, and thank you again. See you next time. Cześć! Do zobaczenia! Hello everyone, my name is Marzena, and today we will learn 10 ways to remember words. So here we go. Powtarzanie, repetition. Powtarzanie. Powtarzanie means repetition, so for example you can say powtarzanie jest najlepszą metodą na zapamiętywanie. Powtarzanie jest najlepszą metodą na zapamiętywanie. Repetition is the best way to memorize. And that's true, actually. Some people say that you have to repeat a word maybe 5, 6, 7, and sometimes even up to 12 times to really, really, truly remember it. You have to see it in different sentences. That's actually what's working, so remember to always repeat whatever you learn. Oglądać telewizję z napisami. To watch TV with subtitles. Oglądać telewizję z napisami. To watch TV with subtitles. So another very good thing is just to watch TV with subtitles, and you can say często oglądam telewizję z napisami. I often watch TV with subtitles. That is a very good thing to do if you, for example, watch it in Polish and then you have subtitles in Polish, and you can kind of try to match these words with the sounds you hear. Or you can even try subtitles in English, but still listen to Polish and, oh, okay, I know this word. Oh, that's this one word in English. That's a very nice thing to do. Or do it the other way around. You can watch TV in English and then have subtitles in Polish and try to match between the words. Ćwiczyć poprzez pisanie. To practice by writing. So, for example, you can say ćwiczę nowe słowa poprzez ich pisanie. I'm practicing new words by writing it. Ćwiczyć poprzez pisanie, or in other words, practicing by writing, it's a very good way to memorize new words. As people say, it's your hand that will remember it. And that is true for languages with different alphabet, but that's actually true for Polish as well. Even native speakers, when they go to elementary school, they practice all those difficult spellings by writing it many, many times until we remember it, until we memorize it. Czytać na głos, to read out loud. Czytać na głos, to read out loud. So for example, you can say wieczorami czytam na głos ulubione książki. I read my favorite books out loud in the evenings. That's another good way to practice new words, and not only new words, to practice grammar as well, of course, your reading skills. I remember when I was studying different foreign languages, and I did study a little bit when I was in high school, and then when I was at the university, all my teachers kept on reminding me to practice it and to practice to read out loud. So I did it before bed, before going to bed. I was reading out loud this short dialogues, and it really helped me. It helped me remember not only the words, but the sentence structure and also the sound, the riff of my language. Tworzyć powiązania pomiędzy słowami. To create associations between words. Tworzyć powiązania pomiędzy słowami. To create associations between words. That's another good way to do it and another good way to memorize something. So for example, you know the word dom. Dom, which means house, in case you didn't, but you probably know it, dom. And you hear this new word, which is domownik. You don't really know this one, but you kind of know this dom part. So if you connect it to the house and there's nik, maybe you know pracownik with the same ending, nik, and pracownik is a worker or a person. So there is house and a person, domownik. So it's a person living in a house. Any person living in a house is domownik. Zapamiętać poprzez słuchanie. To memorize by listening. Zapamiętać poprzez słuchanie. To memorize by listening. So, for example, you can say, najlepiej zapamiętuję poprzez słuchanie. I memorize the best by listening. For some people that's true. So some people are better with reading and some people are better with listening. And you need to try a lot of different stuff to find your thing, and don't really stick with one thing. Even if it's easier for you to maybe memorize by reading, try memorizing by listening as well, to learn the sound, to memorize the pronunciation, and the other way around as well. Czytać proste teksty. To read simple texts. Czytać proste teksty. To read simple texts. So for example, you can say, czytam dużo prostych tekstów. I read a lot of simple texts. And that would be actually my recommendation to you whenever you study any language, Polish and any other language actually. It's very good to just read simple texts. Don't use your dictionary. Just choose very, very simple text. If you really cannot get it, if it's too difficult and you really have this urge to grab a dictionary and check this word and that word and many, many other words, then you are not really reading. So choose a very, very, very simple text that you actually know most of the words, like 95%, and try to go through it. And believe me, you will learn grammar that way, you will learn new vocabulary that way. That's the best way to learn new things without actually learning. Or actually without doing anything. That's a very good thing. Słuchać piosenek z tekstami. To listen songs with lyrics. Słuchać piosenek z tekstami. To listen songs with lyrics. For example, you can say, codziennie słucham piosenek z tekstami. I listen to songs with lyrics every day. And if you really like music, that may be a way of studying new words or remembering new sentences, phrases for you, because with the melody, it just come into your head without trying to memorize it very, very hard. So be sure to try that one too. Rozmawiać z kolegami. To talk with friends. Rozmawiać z kolegami. To talk with friends. For example, you can say, używam nowych słów rozmawiając z kolegami. I use new words when talking with friends. And of course, that's the best thing you can do when you want to practice. So if you want to practice language and once you memorize something, it's very important to practice it. If you don't try to practice, if you don't try to use it, it's just a simple word. You may be memorized, but you cannot use it. You cannot do anything with it, and so it's useless. So why did you even spend this time trying to memorize it? So be sure to practice. Use the words you've learned. So don't be shy. And remember, even native speakers, when they were like 1 year old, they couldn't speak the language. So why are they so good right now? Because they were practicing for like 20 years, 30 years. So be sure to do that too. Grać w gry. To play games. Grać w gry. So to play games. And you can say, gram w gry po polsku. I play games in Polish. So some people don't like study with books, and that's okay. Some people don't like reading too much. That's okay too. But if you don't do anything, that's, a problem, because you are not learning the language. And if you are really, really motivated and you want to learn the language, but you don't really like to read, you don't like to talk too much, then you can try something simpler or maybe more fun, like playing games. And there is a lot of very, very famous Polish video games or games in Polish, like you can try The Witcher, for example. And if you already passed it, you can try it again and just do it in Polish, in the language of the game, and just have fun. Okay, that's all for today, and today we studied 10 ways to remember words. If you want more content like that, go to polishpod101.com and remember to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Thank you again and see you next time! Hello everyone, my name is Marzena and today we will talk about something really yummy, which is 10 Polish foods. So here we go. The first one is definitely my favorite one, which is Borscht. Borscht. So in English you usually say Borscht. And we do eat Borscht on special occasions. We don't eat it every day. We don't even eat it every week. Unless you buy yourself instant one, but you don't really make it. You make it, at least at my house, once a year, and that's a very, very special occasion, Christmas, and we make it with no meat. So, for example, you can say, podczas Wigilii je się czerwony barszcz. On Christmas Eve, one eats red borscht, which is totally true. Red borscht or Borscht, barszcz czerwony, czerwony barszcz. It's a special food for Christmas and actually for Christmas Eve. And you don't really need to add this red part because when you say borscht, it's kind of obvious it's red. We do have another one which we call white borscht or biały barszcz, and that one is usually served for Easter. And if you just say borscht or barszcz, it's always the red one, and it's very clear there is almost nothing inside except from uszka, which means ear or ears, and it's usually it's something like pierogi, kind of like the dumplings with mushrooms inside, which you put inside of borscht. Please try it at home. Very yummy. Another one is very time consuming, so not a lot of people actually make a proper one, but it's Bigos, and in English you usually say Bigos as well, which is basically like a stew made out of chopped cabbage and sauerkraut and meat. You put mushrooms inside, and you can put some other things like sausages and stuff. It really differs between different houses, and that's how my mom made it. Sometimes you put plums as well. And the thing is that it takes time to make it. And it really takes time to make it. So, well, one could say, Bigos gotuje się ponad tydzień. It takes over a week to cook Bigos, which is true. If you want to do it the traditional way, it really takes up to 2 weeks to make it. If you wanted to do it the fast way, some people put something to change the color so it changes faster, and then put some kind of spices to make it, to make the taste more similar, but it's not as good. You really need to take your time. That's why we don't make it very often, but once we do, we make a big bowl of Bigos, which is delicious. Another one is something that reminds me of my childhood, and it's Boudin. Pudding. Boudin is a special kind of Polish pudding. So Boudin, pudding, it's not exactly the same. So you can say polski budyń jest specyficzny. Polski budyń jest specyficzny, which basically means Polish pudding is specific. Polish pudding is specific. And it is. In a way that it's, we usually eat it hot, sometimes cold, but we usually eat it hot. We very often make it ourselves at home. So it is different than other puddings I know. So it's more like a yogurt, but we usually serve it hot, and we have vanilla pudding or chocolate pudding, obviously. And there is raspberry pudding as well, or strawberry pudding. And some people put oatmeal into it, or put some kind of syrup, like vanilla syrup or a raspberry syrup on the top of it. And that's even more delicious, so please try it out. The next one is gołąbki. Gowampki. Gowampki do not have a translation into English per se, so we just say gowampki. And gowampki is like special rolled cabbage, inside of which we have minced meat, and we have rice also. The proportion of meat and rice differ between houses and different households. For example, my mom put more rice than meat, but in some places they will put more meat than rice, and there's almost no rice, or there's almost no meat, or somewhere in between. And we put tomato sauce over it, which is very delicious. And lately I don't eat so much meat, so I kind of switched to vegetables or fish. So my mom is making me gołąbki with mushrooms instead of meat. That's another way of doing that. And then you can put mushroom sauce on the top of it, or just the same tomato sauce. So if you have a Polish boyfriend or a Polish girlfriend and you make the gołąbki for them, you can say zrobiłam ci gołąbki. I made gołąbki for you. Zrobiłam ci gołąbki. I made you gołąbki. I made you gołąbki. Zrobiłam ci gołąbki. The next one is my absolute favorite. And I don't think any Polish person can live without it. And it's pierogi, dumplings. You may know the name because it became very, very, very famous around the world. Pierogi, which sometimes are referred to in English as pierogi, also are called dumplings or Polish dumplings, are this wonderful thing. We have pierogi in many, 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 many different kinds. Like they come in sweet, sour, whatever you want. Probably more than 100 different kinds, but one of the most popular are pierogi ruskie, which you can translate as Russian pierogi, but they are not Russian at all. They are very, very Polish. And you have also pierogi with sauerkraut and with porcini, with mushrooms, and pierogi with strawberries, blueberries, whatever you like. You can put basically anything. You can put spinach and cheese and whatever you like. But of course, since the Russian pierogi are the most popular, often people will say najbardziej lubię pierogi ruskie. Najbardziej lubię pierogi ruskie. I like Russian pierogi the best. I like Russian pierogi the best. So what actually is this Russian pierogi? It has inside cottage cheese and potatoes and fried onion, sometimes with bacon or like the small pieces of bacon. And you can put it on the top of this as well. And you can eat it with sour cream as well, which are very, 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 very delicious. It's highly recommended. Please be sure to try it out if you are in Poland. The next one is kielbasa wędzona, smoked sausage. Kielbasa wędzona, which just means smoked sausage, is very good in Poland. So people think that, for example, Germany has very good sausages, but actually they come to Poland to buy our sausages. So be sure to try it. I know that some people refer to this Polish sausage as kielbasa in English. So it became that popular that it's actually a word in English, kielbasa, which in Polish just means sausage, any sausage. But this specific Polish sausage, it's kielbasa. And for example, you can say mama zrobiła kielbasę wędzoną. My mom made smoked sausage. Mama zrobiła kielbasę wędzoną. Kotlet schabowy, pork chop. Kotlet schabowy means pork chop. It's a very, 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 very popular dish for Polish lunch. which in Polish we say dinner, not lunch, but it's actually lunch. For example, you can say na obiad zwykle jem kotlet schabowy z ziemniakami. So in English you would say I usually have pork chop with potatoes for lunch. And that's true for many people in Poland, especially for Sunday dinner, or actually Sunday lunch, as I said. It's very often pork chop. So now we came to the desserts, and we have krówki, fudge, which in Polish we say krówki. Krówki literally means cows or little cows. And we call it krówki because, as you may know, fudge is made out of milk. So basically, it's very related to cows, and that's our way of thinking. So, but if you say krówki, even if the brand is different, and sometimes they call it different way, but everybody will call it krówki anyway. So, for example, you can say, kupiłam sobie krówki. I bought fudge for myself. Kupiłam sobie krówki. Rosół. Now we are going back to the lunchtime for a while, and let me introduce you to rosół. So you can just say rosół, and if you don't really know what it is, let me explain it. It's like it is a soup. It's like a meat-based soup served usually with noodles and maybe small carrots inside, maybe parsley on the top of it, but not a lot of stuff inside. Just usually it's with chicken, but you don't pour it onto your plate. You just use it to cook the soup itself. And of course, you use a lot of vegetables to cook it, but you don't really use those vegetables. You may use it later to make another salad, but rosół, it's usually very clear as a soup. So, for example, you can say, w niedzielę na obiad będzie rosół. For Sunday lunch, we will have rosół, which is true for many houses in Poland, and many people in Poland will eat rosół for Sunday. It's so much Sunday lunch. It's really a very typical thing to eat. Pierniki, gingerbread. Now, going back to sweet stuff, we do have this type of cookies we eat for Christmas, and usually it's only for Christmas, although you can buy it all the year around. In a little bit different form, and some people will buy it like this, but they will make it only for Christmas. It's too much hassle to make it and too much time. And it's called pierniki, which means gingerbread cookies. So, for example, you can say, mama zrobiła pierniki na święta. Mom made gingerbread cookies for Christmas. And the thing about gingerbread cookies, pierniki, is that once you made it, you can put it into a jar and then keep it there all the year round. Basically, you can eat it almost till like next Christmas. Doesn't matter. They are actually getting better and better over the time. And I remember when I was little, I loved pierniki, and my mom made it for Christmas, and then she hid it somewhere, so I don't eat everything. And I basically always almost did. But then there was always one of those jars hidden, and I found it around maybe summer, and they were wonderful, super delicious. Basically, they never get old. It's a highly recommended Polish experience, so be sure to try it out. That's all for today. Thank you for listening. Today we did 10 Polish foods. What is your favorite Polish food? Please leave it in a comment, and remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and visit polishpod101.com for more content like that. See you!
You may need to say it again, sorry.
No.
This time
Yeah, that's the problem. You ask me to say 6 different things in one brief. What is your favorite Polish stuff? Hello everyone, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we'll study 10 reasons to learn language. So here we go. To jest piękny język. It's a beautiful language. To jest piękny język. It's a beautiful language. I know a lot of people learning a language just because it sounds beautiful for them, or not learning a language because they don't like the sound. But many of my friends, it's like they are like, oh, I love it. I love the sound of this language. I love the sound of Polish. I want to speak Polish. Oh, I want to learn it. So that's a very good motivation. So keep going. Żeby porozmawiać z polskimi przyjaciółmi. To chat with Polish friends. Żeby porozmawiać z polskimi przyjaciółmi. To chat with Polish friends. Uczę się polskiego, żeby porozmawiać z polskimi przyjaciółmi. I study Polish to chat with my Polish friends. That's a good reason because you can practice, you can use that time, this chatting with friends time, to actually practice new words and practice the language you learn, and that actually will make your study so much more easier, and you will be improving way faster than other people. So try it. Żeby tłumaczyć. To do translations. Żeby tłumaczyć. To do translations. Studiowałem polonistykę, żeby tłumaczyć książki. I studied Polish studies to translate books. If you have like a Polish author you really like, or you love Polish poems, for example, you know Szymborska, who is a very famous writer and passed away maybe a few years ago. So if you like her work, and I do, it's so much more beautiful when you read it in the original language and then try to translate it the best way possible, because some people just fail with translation. So sometimes it's just better to do it yourself and to learn and to read the original. It's worth it. Żeby oglądać filmy bez napisów. To watch movies without subtitles. Żeby oglądać filmy bez napisów. To watch movies without subtitles. Zapisałem się na kurs polskiego, żeby oglądać filmy bez napisów. I took a Polish language course to watch movies without subtitles. I don't know if you know Andrzej Wajda, who is a very famous Polish director, but if you do, you probably like his movies. Have you ever wondered how the movies sound in Polish, in the original language? You may try to find out once you study a little bit, once you get a little bit better, and you can actually watch it and you can understand it better. You can understand the creation better. And it's so much more enjoyable to watch it in Polish, so try it. Żeby mieszkać w Polsce. To live in Poland. Żeby mieszkać w Polsce. To live in Poland. For example, you can say, zacząłem uczyć się polskiego, żeby mieszkać w Polsce. I started to learn Polish in order to live in Poland. Of course, you can live in Poland without knowing Polish, and you can live in any other country without knowing that language, but this is so much more difficult when you cannot even go and order coffee or your meal or beer or whatever you want in the language. And it's so much easier when you can. There will be no misunderstandings, and it will be so much easier to get what you want, and it will be so much easier to rent an apartment and to get a job once you speak the language. So that's a very nice reason to start learning a language. If you're going to that country, or if you want to live in that country, and Poland is a very beautiful country to live in, then learning the language is a very, very, very good idea. Żeby zrozumieć teksty piosenek. To understand song lyrics. Żeby rozumieć teksty piosenek. To understand song lyrics. Kupiłem słownik, żeby rozumieć teksty piosenek. I bought a dictionary to understand songs lyrics. Polish music is actually quite particular, and it's very nice. And what is nice about it is that the lyrics are wonderful. I prefer songs with lyrics, and I love to understand whatever they are singing about, just to feel the emotions and why it's going up, why the voice is going down or up, or why this person is doing this or that, why is it faster or slower. The lyrics are the key to the song and the song's heart, so it's so much better when you can listen to it and understand it. And that's a very nice reason to start learning a language. Why not? Żeby poznawać nowych kolegów. To make new friends. Żeby poznać nowych kolegów. To make new friends. Pojechałem do Polski, żeby poznać nowych kolegów. I went to Poland to make new friends. Polish people are very open, and compared with other countries, it's easier to make new friends, and it's even more easier if you speak the language. So that's another good reason to start learning it. Żeby móc rozmawiać po polsku z krewnymi przez telefon. To be able to speak with Polish relatives on the phone. Żeby móc rozmawiać po polsku z krewnymi przez telefon. To be able to speak with Polish relatives on the phone. For example, you can say, przykładałem się do nauki polskiego, żeby móc rozmawiać z krewnymi przez telefon. I tried hard to learn Polish to be able to speak with Polish relatives on the phone. We kind of love traveling, going to different countries, and there is a lot of Poles living in US, there is a lot of Poles living in Australia, and all around the world. And sometimes when it's like second, third, fifth generation, people tend to forget the language, but they still have families in Poland and they still want to communicate with them, and it's easier to communicate with them in their native language. So if you have those Polish roots, that's another good idea to start studying Polish, to go back to your roots and to learn the language of your ancestors and be able to talk with your relatives in their own native language. Żeby robić interesy z polskimi firmami. To do business with Polish companies. Żeby robić interesy z polskimi firmami. To do business with Polish companies. Uczę się polskiego przez internet, żeby robić interesy z polskimi firmami. I am learning Polish through the internet to do business with Polish companies. I am learning Polish on the internet to do business with Polish companies. If you're looking for a new business partner, then why not amaze them with like even a little bit of knowledge of Polish, you know? If you even try to say cześć, or well, to your business partner more like dzień dobry or dziękuję, like very, very simple words. This can make the whole relationship so much easier and going so much better. So try that. Żeby skończyć szkołę w Polsce. To graduate from school in Poland. Żeby skończyć szkołę w Polsce. To graduate from school in Poland. Przyjechałem tutaj, żeby skończyć szkołę w Polsce. I came here to finish school in Poland. Schools in Poland are actually very good. I would say our universities are very, very high level. It's not expensive. It's actually free for people who live in Poland, for Polish people. It's not, I think, free if you go if you come from abroad, but it's pretty cheap. And if you compare the standard of education to the price you pay, it's actually very high standard for relatively low price. So it may be a good idea to try and start studying a little bit Polish, maybe start go to Poland and maybe start doing some courses in English and then switch into courses in Polish. It may be lots of fun for you and a good experience and good education as well. So that's all for today. Thank you for watching. Today we did 10 reasons for learning a language. What are your reasons for learning a language? Please leave it in comments and remember to like this video and please subscribe to our channel and visit polishpod101.com for more content like that. See you! Hello everyone, welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we'll do 10 compliments you always want to hear. So, my name is Marzena and here we go. Number 1 is jesteś przystojny. You are handsome. Jesteś przystojny. So, you are handsome or jesteś przystojny, you will use it to guys, not so much to girls. For girls, you can say like ładna, piękna, or something close to that. And I believe every single guy in Poland would be very, very happy if you tell him that. Jesteś niesamowitym przyjacielem. You are an awesome friend. So, jesteś niesamowitym przyjacielem is something I would tell to my like very, very good friend, because you use the word przyjaciel and we have 2 words for friends in Polish. So, kolega or koleżanka we use when we refer to a friend that is not a very, very close friend, but when we say, when we talk about a very, very close friend, we will say przyjaciel, or sometimes przyjaciółka, which refers to a girl. So przyjaciel, przyjaciółka. Jesteś niesamowitym przyjacielem. You are an awesome friend. Twoje wnętrze jest jeszcze piękniejsze niż twój wygląd zewnętrzny. Your inside is even more beautiful than your outside. Which is a great compliment to say to a girl. Or even a guy in Poland, but I believe a lot of my friends would be like, oh my gosh, oh, I'm so happy. And yeah, why not? Why not to make people happy? So you can use that one. Twoje CV jest imponujące. Your resume is impressive. Yeah, you can say that about somebody's CV if you feel like it's really good person. It's like they have this impressive resume and they're so good. But also, you can use, instead of CV, you can use the Polish word życiorys. Życiorys, which basically is the history of your life, which is CV as well. We use both. We use CV, we use życiorys. You can use one or the other. Both are okay. And what if somebody does a good job or great job? Well, in that case, you can say dobra robota. Dobra robota. You can use it to your friend, or you can use it at work to your coworker. Well, I guess you wouldn't say it to your boss, but everybody else is okay, or maybe not to your teacher. But everywhere else, it's a good way to prize somebody. Ta kurtka wygląda na tobie ładnie. This jacket looks nice on you. And who wouldn't like to hear that? I guess it's a very nice thing to say, especially among the girls. So if you have a girlfriend, you can tell her that, you know, this jacket looks nice on you, or you can say, oh, this skirt looks nice on you. Ta kurtka, ta spódnica, te korale, which is like this necklace. Or, for example, ta czapka, which is like this hat. Wygląda na tobie ładnie. Looks nice on you. Wygląda na tobie ładnie. Looks nice on you. Twój uśmiech jest piękny. Your smile is beautiful. Which, I guess, a guy can say it to a girl. Definitely. Probably more often than a girl would say that to a guy. And that's a very big compliment. I would feel like, oh my gosh, your smile is so beautiful. Oh. And I would be probably super red. Wyglądasz przepięknie. You look gorgeous. This is something probably a boyfriend would say to his girlfriend. And sometimes I would say it to my girlfriends as well, just to make them feel better. And when they look really, really gorgeous, I would say, oh, wyglądasz przepięknie. You look gorgeous. Jesteś niezastąpiony. You are irreplaceable. Jesteś niezastąpiony. Something you will say to a guy, and to a girl you would just change it a little bit and you will say, jesteś niezastąpiona. Something you can use to your coworker, to your friend. Even if you are a boss, you can use it to all your workers. Something that will make everybody feel better about themselves. So you can just simply say, jesteś niezastąpiony, or jesteś niezastąpiona. Woohoo! You know what? Zaskoczyłeś mnie pozytywnie. You surprised me positively, which is a good way to compliment on somebody's job. Well done. Or that somebody acted in a very, very good way or a very wise way. And you can say it to your friends, you can say it to your coworkers, basically almost everybody, unless this person is very, very much above you in a hierarchy, maybe that's not a good idea. But everybody else is okay, fine, and people will be super happy to hear that. So that's all for today. Once again, my name is Marzena, and today we did 10 compliments you always want to hear. So what are the compliments you want to hear? Leave it in comments, and remember to like this video and subscribe to our channel, and visit polishpod101.com for more content like that. See ya!
Nice.
Oh, I hate it, Mom. Okay, let's do it. Ready to be sad. Hello everybody, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena, and today we'll learn 10 sad words. So, let's begin. Zmartwiony, upset. So, number one of the very, very sad words is zmartwiony. Zmartwiony or upset. You can use it in a sentence like, for example, saying Czemu jesteś taki zmartwiony? Why are you so upset? So when you feel like you see your friend and he is very gloomy and not super energetic as he used to be, you can go there and ask him, Czemu jesteś taki zmartwiony? And if it's a girl, you can say, Czemu jesteś taka zmartwiona? Zraniony, hurt. Zraniony. Zraniony, which means to be hurt. For example, you can say, po tym, co powiedziała, on poczuł się bardzo zraniony. He felt hurt after what she said. You may know the word rana. Rana means injury. So, zraniony can mean hurt or injured, like physically injured. So it means like the pain is very, 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 very strong and you feel so sad. And it's just sad to watch. And that's basically zraniony. Samotny, lonely. Going even deeper into the sad feelings, we've got samotny. Samotny, which basically means lonely, with nobody else to hug you. You can say, jestem bardzo samotny. I'm very lonely. Smutny, sad. The next one is smutny. Smutny, which means sad. You can say, like if you see your friend very, very, very sad, you can say, coś ty taki smutny dzisiaj? You can translate it into like, why are you so sad today? Which is an easier way to say it, like it's not so heavy, it's like, oh, by the way, why are you so sad? Nieszczęśliwy, miserable. Nieszczęśliwy, miserable. On jest bardzo nieszczęśliwy. He is very miserable. If you look at the word again, you will find some parts you probably know. So, you see the first part? Nie. Szczęśliwy. Szczęśliwy, maybe you remember it means happy. So, nieszczęśliwy means unhappy or actually very miserable. Płakać, to cry. The next one is płakać. Płakać, which means to cry. And this is our first verb among all those adjectives. And when you see somebody crying, you can say nie płacz już. Don't cry anymore. Nie płacz już. Don't cry anymore. Rozczarowany, disappointed. The next one is actually a very interesting word. Rozczarowany, which means disappointed, and can be used like this. You can say, jestem trochę rozczarowany. I'm a little disappointed. For example, referring to something somebody did or something you got, it's actually smaller or less than you were expecting. And you say just, jestem trochę rozczarowany. But if you look at the word, you may notice czary, or czarować. Czarować is to do magic. And this is like unmagic something if you really want to like literally translate. So the magic is gone and you are just disappointed. Przygnębiony, depressed. The next one is very dark and it's przygnębiony. Przygnębiony means that you are depressed. You can use it in a sentence like this. Nie bądź taki przygnębiony. Do not be so depressed. It actually sounds better in Polish than the English translation. English translation sounds like, don't be depressed, just do your stuff. But in Polish it sounds more human-like. So like, cheer up, don't worry, be happy. Nie bądź taki przygnębiony. Załamany, heartbroken. Next one is załamany. Załamany means heartbroken. You can say, on był taki załamany. He was so heartbroken. Although załamany has more meanings than only heartbroken. Heartbroken, it means, well, very, very sad, but it's very usually related to love life. Not only, but it can be related to love life. Załamany, I think that the meaning is broader a little bit. It means very, very sad and very, very disappointed at once. And that's załamany. You probably, you may know łamać, which just means to break. So he was like broken. That would be the best translation, like literal translation. Ponury, gloomy. The next word we can use to a person, or we can use to weather, for example, or to a color, and that's ponury. Ponury, which means gloomy. Dzisiaj jest bardzo ponury dzień. Today is a very gloomy day. Well, I hope today is not a very gloomy day outside. I actually feel there is some sun there, but when you have this very, very depressing day with lots of gray and no sun, and it's probably very, very cold, then you can say, today is a very gloomy day, which is in Polish, dzisiaj jest bardzo ponury dzień. Dzisiaj jest bardzo ponury dzień. Thank you for watching. That's all for today. Today we did 10 sad words. How do you cheer up your friends when they are sad? Please leave it in a comment. Remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more content like that. See ya! Hello everybody, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words, and today we will learn how to respond to how are you? Jak się masz? How are you? So our first phrase for today is jak się masz? Jak się masz? Jak się masz, or how are you, is something you can use with your friends, with your family, with somebody you know. If you are talking to somebody you don't know, or if you are talking to somebody you should have a respect for, like to your teacher or to your boss, somebody you are not very familiar with, then you will not say jak się masz. You will say jak się pan ma, if it's a guy, or jak się pani ma, if it's a girl. A ty, and you. A ty. A ty, and you. Basically, a ty, which means and you, is also used the same as jak się masz. It's also used to close family, to close friends, to somebody you know, because ty means you, and we don't say that in Polish as often as in English, so you use it to people you know, to people the same age. But if somebody is older than you and you owe them respect, you will not say ty. You will say pan if it's a guy, or pani if it's a girl. So you will say not a ty, but you will say a pan, a pani. Co u ciebie ostatnio słychać? How have you been recently? Co u ciebie ostatnio słychać? How have you been recently? Co u ciebie ostatnio słychać? We basically use it more or less as often as how are you. So jak się masz? Co u ciebie słychać? And you can add recently. So co u ciebie ostatnio słychać? You can use both, whichever you like. Just remember that if you ask a Polish person, how are you, or have you been recently? Jak się masz? Co u ciebie słychać? Co u ciebie ostatnio słychać? You may hear the whole answer. So a lot of people will not only say good or fine and how are you, they will actually start to elaborate on their whole life. So they may say, oh, I'm very bad, or I have problems here and there. So unless you have a few minutes to listen to that, don't ask. W porządku. I'm fine. Now, how can you answer questions like that? So you can say w porządku, w porządku, which means I'm fine. If you don't want to talk about it, you just say w porządku, I'm fine. Nie jest źle. I'm not bad. You can say nie jest źle, which basically means I'm not bad. But literally it means it's not bad. So if you don't want to say that, well, I'm great, because you are not great, but you are like just fine, you can say nie jest źle, nie jest źle. U mnie też dobrze. I'm fine too. If you are fine too, you can say u mnie też dobrze. I'm fine too. U mnie też dobrze. Which literally means at my place is good as well. U mnie też dobrze. U mnie, at my place, też dobrze. Is fine as well, is good as well. Źle się czuję. I'm feeling bad. Another one is I'm feeling bad, which in Polish you will say źle się czuję. Źle się czuję. The same for guy or girl. Źle się czuję. And this one, I think you will hear a lot. People like to complain, and Polish people, we do love to complain. So that one that you may actually hear. Źle się czuję. Ze mną wszystko w porządku. I'm okay. So whenever you want to say I'm okay, you can say ze mną wszystko w porządku. I'm okay. Ze mną wszystko w porządku. W porządku means just in order. So if you want to translate it literally, it means with me, ze mną, wszystko, everything is in order, w porządku. Ze mną wszystko w porządku. With me, everything is in order. So I'm fine. Or just short, you can say w porządku. Czuję się świetnie. I'm great. Czuję się świetnie. Czuję się świetnie, which basically means I'm great. If you are okay, you can just say, oh, czuję się świetnie. Bywało lepiej. It used to be better. If you are not too well, but you don't want to elaborate, you can say bywało lepiej. Bywało lepiej means it used to be better. So if you are not too bad, but you are not in a very, very good situation right now and you don't want to elaborate on it, you can just simply say bywało lepiej. And the other person will know that, well, it's not the best time for you. Bywało lepiej. That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Once again, my name is Marzena, and today we learn how to respond to how are you. How would you respond to how are you? Please leave us a comment. And remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more content like that.
Speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Hello everyone, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we will learn 20 travel phrases you should know. So here we go. Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Could I get a map? So imagine you are in a new place and you go to the information center and you want a map. So you will ask, can I get a map? And in Polish you will ask, czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Could I get a map? Or if you are a girl, you will ask, czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Again, could I get a map? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Czy mówisz po angielsku? Do you speak English? Now you're wandering around and you want to ask for the way and you see somebody and you want to ask them if they speak English. So you want to ask, do you speak English? Do you speak English? In Polish you would say, czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku? And I guess this is the easiest way to say that, but not the nicest way, because actually mówisz, so do you speak English? It's something you will use with your friends, with somebody close to you, and for a person you don't know, it's better to say sir or ma'am. So in Polish you will say, if it's a guy, czy mówi pan po angielsku? Czy mówi pan po angielsku? And if it's a girl, czy mówi pani po angielsku? Czy mówi pani po angielsku? Czy mówi pan po angielsku? Czy mówi pani po angielsku? But if you want to do it the easy way, nobody will get angry at you. They will know that you are not so good at Polish, that you are still trying to figure stuff out, and you can easily say, czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? Now, imagine you just arrived and you're at the airport and you want to ask around how to get to the city center. You're looking for a bus and you want to ask, is there a bus from the airport to the city center? You can just say, czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? And I can tell you in Warsaw, yes, there is. There is also a very convenient train, by the way. Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Is the Wi-Fi free? When you are traveling, you usually want to connect to the internet. And you are looking for Wi-Fi, and you are looking for a free Wi-Fi, and you want to ask if the Wi-Fi is free. You can ask in Polish, czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Is the Wi-Fi free? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Actually, if you go and ask, czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe, people will not understand you. So you have to change the Wi-Fi pronunciation. Even though the word is the same, the spelling is the same, you have to change Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. So if you're looking for a free Wi-Fi, remember you can ask, is the Wi-Fi free? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? By the way, you will find it very easily everywhere, almost everywhere you will have free Wi-Fi. You are walking the street, in the city center, in almost, I think every coffee shop, actually not almost every, but every coffee shop, every hotel, basically everywhere. Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have any vacancies tonight? Now, imagine you are looking for an accommodation and you see a hotel, you walk in and you want to ask, do you have any vacancies tonight? Do you have any vacancies tonight? In Polish you would say, czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have vacancies tonight? Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Which means wolne pokoje. Wolne pokoje. If you want to translate it literally, it means free rooms, not for free, but free as a, nobody there. But this is what we say in Polish for vacancies. Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have vacancies tonight? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? Now imagine you are already in your room and then something is broken, something is not working and you want to ask if you can move to another room. What you would say in Polish is, czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? But that's if you are a guy, czy mógłbym. If you are a girl, you would say, czy mogłabym. Czy mógłbym? Czy mogłabym? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Czy mogłabym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? Mam rezerwację. I have a reservation. Now, if you're one of those lucky persons who actually booked everything and then you just arrive and you have everything organized, you arrived at the hotel and you want to say, I have a reservation. In Polish, you would say, mam rezerwację. Mam rezerwację. I have a reservation. Mam rezerwację. Or, for example, you can add for today, mam rezerwację na dzisiaj. Or if you are calling them and you want to say, oh, I have a reservation for tomorrow, but I will arrive late or something like that, you can say, mam rezerwację na jutro. Mam rezerwację na jutro. Or if you want to say, I have a reservation for September 15th, you can say, mam rezerwację na 15 września. So there is this preposition na. Mam rezerwację na, and then the date comes. It can be a date or a day, like jutro, tomorrow. Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Could we have the menu, please? And imagine you enter a restaurant. Depends on the country. Sometimes you have to ask for things. Sometimes the waiter or waitress will just bring everything to you. In Poland, I think in a lot of places you will wait long time before they bring everything, so it's better to ask. And for example, if you want to have the menu and you want to say, could we have the menu, please? In Polish you will say, czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? There is a Polish word for menu, which you will say, well, in Polish, karta dań, karta dań, but we don't use it very often. So usually just menu is okay. Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? Now, imagine you are staying at a hotel and you want to walk around, you want to see new places, but you don't really know where to go and you want to ask for the recommendation. What you would say to a guy is, ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? And to a girl, you would say, ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? It can be either about sightseeing or when you already have this menu and you are ordering something and you don't know what Polish food is like and which is good, which is bad, which is the most traditional one. You just ask the waiter or waitress. Czy ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Czy ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Could I have the check, please? Now, when you finish and you want to get the bill and just go, and you want to ask, could I have the check, please? In Polish, you would say, czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Could I have the check, please? Could I have the check, please? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Where rachunek means bill or check. Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. I'm allergic to peanuts. Now, when you have some allergies, it's very important to tell your waiter or waitress that you have them, because sometimes they can prepare dish that can actually be very dangerous for you. So if you want to say I'm allergic to peanuts, you will say jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. Jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. And if you have any other allergies, you will just say jestem uczulony na and then add the allergy. So jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne is one of the examples. Now, if you are a girl, you will change it a little bit. You will say, instead of uczulony, you will say uczulona. So instead of saying jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne, you will say jestem uczulona na orzeszki ziemne. Poproszę wodę. Water, please. In many countries, in restaurant, water is for free. In Poland, actually, it's not for free, but you can order it, of course. And when you want to say water, please, in Polish you would say poproszę wodę. Water, please. Poproszę wodę. Which, remember, you will be charged for it. Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? It's never good to buy something if you don't know the price. And same goes for Poland, especially if you go and buy something in the bazaar. They can cheat you, they can charge you extra, so it's always better to ask first. And to do so, you just say, ile to kosztuje? Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? How much is this? Ile to kosztuje? Wezmę to. I would like this. Now, even if you don't know the Polish name, you can always point at something and say, I would like this. Now, how to say it in Polish? In Polish, you would say, wezmę to. I would like this. Wezmę to. Just simply point at the thing and say, wezmę to. I would like this. Wezmę to. Which literally means, I will take this. Wezmę to. Czy dostanę zniżkę? Could you give me a discount? It is not so uncommon, not so unheard of to just bargain, especially when you are buying on the street. at bazaar, in a big shop, not so much. But you can always try to ask for a discount if you are buying bigger amount. So if you want to ask, could you give me a discount? In Polish you would say, czy dostanę zniżkę? Czy dostanę zniżkę? Could you give me a discount? Czy dostanę zniżkę? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Do you take credit cards? Now, a lot of people travels with no cash on them. It's easier, it's more efficient. Even if you lose your credit card, you can always block it, you can always probably undo some transactions. But it's also very important to ask if they actually accept credit cards in the place where you are going to. And in Poland, I think most places does, or I guess almost all places does. But it's also a good practice to just ask about it. And if you want to say, do you take credit card? Do you take credit card? In Polish would be, czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Do you take credit card? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Excuse me, where is the train station? And if you are walking around the street and you want to find the train station, let's say, or anything else, you can use the same sentence actually to anything else. You can stop somebody saying przepraszam, which is something like excuse me, and then adding gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Which in English would mean excuse me, where is the train station? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Excuse me, where is the train station? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Excuse me, how much is the ticket? So you just say, excuse me, how much is the ticket? In Polish you would say, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Excuse me, how much is the ticket? And of course, it can be an entrance ticket as well, or a train ticket. And if it's a train ticket from place A to place B, you can ask, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do? And then add the name of your destination. For example, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Warszawy? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Opola? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Wrocławia? And so on, and so on. Czy mógłby Pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? Could you take a picture of me, please? Traveling alone is a great thing, but if you want to take a picture, well, you can take a selfie and you can use the selfie stick, but it's not always so great. So sometimes it's better to just stop somebody and ask, could you take a picture of me, please? Which in Polish you would say, czy mógłby Pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy mógłby Pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? If the person you ask is a guy. But if it's a girl, you would say, czy mogłaby Pani zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy mogłaby Pani zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus for the airport? Now imagine you are going to the airport and you see a bus, but you are not sure if it's going to the airport. So what would you ask in Polish? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus for the airport? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? And I guess most people will be more than happy to help you. Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus to the airport? That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Today we learned 20 travel phrases you should know. Are there any other travel phrases you want to know? Please leave us a comment. Remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more content like that. Thank you again and see ya! Hello everybody, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we learn 10 must-know math words. So obviously number 1 is matematyka, math, matematyka, matematyka. Or actually, if you want to say it shorter, in a kind of slang, student slang, you will say instead of matematyka, you will say matma, matma. That's a short slang for matematyka or math. And of course you can say, for example, matematyka jest matką wszystkich nauk. Mathematics is the mother of all sciences, which is true. Matematyka jest matką wszystkich nauk. Liczba, number. We also need a number, and number in Polish, it's liczba. Liczba. For example, the first one that comes to my mind is liczba pierwsza, or in a plural form, liczby pierwsze, which means prime numbers. Liczby pierwsze. For example, you can say, liczby pierwsze są bardzo ważne. Prime numbers are very important. Liczby pierwsze są bardzo ważne. And that's true. That's how our word is working right now, right? All the passwords and stuff. Liczby pierwsze są bardzo ważne. Pół, half, half. And in Polish we say pół, or you can say połówka, depends on which meaning you want to use it. So, for example, you can say 2,5 godziny czekałem. I was waiting 2.5 hours. 2,5 godziny czekałem. Procent, percent. Another one, and this one is very similar to English, it's percent. And percent in Polish is just procent, procent. So just a small, tiny little change. Percent, procent, procent. So for example, you can say, ile to jest procent? Ile to jest procent? What percent is that? Parzyste, even. Next comes two very nice ones and kind of related. Let's start with the first. Even, like even numbers. Even in Polish, it's parzyste. Actually, parzysta, if you want to say it in a singular form, but we never use it in singular form. So we say liczby parzyste. Remember, number was liczba. Liczby parzyste, which means even numbers. And for example, you can say liczby parzyste dzielą się przez 2. Even numbers can be divided by 2. Liczby parzyste dzielą się przez 2. That's true. And even if you look at the word parzyste, you may know para, which means a pair. This means that you can divide them into 2. Parzyste. Nieparzyste, odd numbers. So this one, we will say in Polish nieparzyste, written together, even though nie is the one, the negation. You usually don't write it together with the word, but with adjectives you do. So parzyste, nieparzyste, nieparzyste. Odd numbers, liczby nieparzyste. Remember, number, liczba. Liczby nieparzyste. For example, liczby nieparzyste nie dzielą się przez 2 bez reszty. Odd numbers cannot be divided by 2 without a remainder. And remainder in Polish is reszta, reszta. So the same as change, you know, small money you are getting when you pay remainder. So for example, 5 divided by 2 is 2 and remainder of 1. 5 podzielone przez 2 daje 2, reszty 1. Liczyć, to calculate. Next important word is to calculate. In Polish, we say liczyć. Remember what was number in Polish? Liczba. It is connected, so the noun liczba and the verb liczyć, liczyć, to calculate. For example, you can say, wiesz jak obliczyć pole trójkąta? Do you know how to calculate the area of a triangle? Wiesz jak policzyć pole trójkąta? Wiesz? Plus, plus. Next one, we actually have Polish word that is basically the same as English but different pronunciation. So in English we say plus, in Polish we say plus. Also can say dodać, dodać. So for example, you can say 5 plus 5 daje 10. Or 5 plus 5 equals 10. 5 plus 5 daje 10. And similarly, you can use this other word, dodać. So 5 dodać 5 daje 10. 5 dodać 5 daje 10. Minus, minus. Similarly to plus, Also minus, it's basically same word, just a little bit different pronunciation, and this is minus, minus, minus. Or a more Polish word is odjąć, odjąć. For example, you can say 5 minus 5 daje 0. 5 minus 5 daje 0. 5 minus 5 equals 0. Or 5 odjąć 5 daje 0. Razy, times. So we've got plus, we've got minus, we need times. And times in Polish it's razy, razy. So, for example, you can say, and let's go with an easy one, 5 razy 5 daje 25. 5 razy 5 daje 25. 5 times 5 equals 25. 5 razy 5 daje 25. That's all for today. Thank you for listening. Today we learned 10 must-know math words. Are there any other words you want to know? Please leave us a comment. Remember to like this video and to subscribe to our channel. And please go to polishpod101.com for more content like that. See you! Hello everyone, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we will learn 15 must-know family words. Are you ready? Rodzina, family. You may know another word which is very similar to rodzina. Rodzić, rodzić. To give birth to. Rodzić. Or another one, urodziny, birthday. So it's all related to giving birth, to birthday, all that stuff. That's because rodzina, that's the family, is actually, a group of people that are connected with birth. That's why rodzina. Very similar to rodzić. Rodzić, rodzina. Family. For example, you can say, masz bardzo dużą rodzinę. Masz bardzo dużą rodzinę. You have a very large family. Masz bardzo dużą rodzinę. And having a large family in Poland is actually pretty common. Having 2, 3, 4 kids. My aunt has like 3 daughters, 3 sons, 6 kids total. I myself, I'm an only child, but I guess it is very common to have at least 2 kids in Poland. Ojciec, father. Mój ojciec jest architektem. My father is an architect. Which is actually true about my father. Mój ojciec jest architektem. In some languages you have different words for father when you use it with others, and then when you use it with your dad and so on. In Poland, not really ojciec. To your dad, you probably wouldn't say ojciec or ojcze. You will say, so you wouldn't say father, you will say dad. And dad in Polish it's tato, tato, tato. Easy, so kids can pronounce it too. Tato. Mąż, husband. For example, you can say, podobno jej mąż jest policjantem. Podobno jej mąż jest policjantem. Apparently her husband is a police officer. Podobno jej mąż jest policjantem. Syn, son. So usually you will say syn, but if it's a small kid, you will rather use synek. So for smaller kids, synek. And you can, for example, say, mój synek ma już 10 lat. Mój synek ma już 10 lat. My son is already 10 years old. Brat, brother. So for example, if you have only one brother, you can say, mam jednego starszego brata. Mam jednego starszego brata. I have one older brother. Family in Poland is very important, and of course so is your brother or your sister. And well, I myself, I don't have any, but I know that people get really attached to their siblings, and they visit them often, they talk very often. So in some countries it's not so common, but in Poland, yes, it is. Wujek, uncle. You can say, for example, wujek już z nami nie mieszka. Uncle doesn't live with us anymore. Funny thing about Polish uncles and aunts as well. So basically everybody around you is an uncle or an aunt. So for example, if my friend has a baby, she will refer to me, because we are friends, as an aunt. And for example, she will refer to my boyfriend as an uncle. And even though we are not really aunt and uncle, because that's the way it is in Poland. So every kid in Poland has like 100 aunts and 100 uncles. It's just the way we are keeping it a very, very big family. Dziadek, grandfather. For example, if you do something stupid, you can probably hear your mom or your grandma saying, "Co by na to twój dziadek powiedział?" What would your grandfather say about this? Teść, father-in-law. Almost like cześć, only a little bit different. Teść. So if you are the lucky one, you can say, mój teść nie jest taki najgorszy. My father-in-law is not so bad. Mój teść nie jest taki najgorszy. Matka, mother. But same as father, you will not say to your mom, mother. You will not say matka. They can feel offended even. You will say mama. So when you are asking something, you can say, Mamo, możemy iść jutro do zoo? Mom, can we go to zoo tomorrow? Córka, daughter. And similar as syn or son, when he is little, you say synek. And for córka, you say córeczka. You can, for example, say, mam dwie córeczki, which basically means I have two daughters. Siostra, sister. Moja siostra pracuje w urzędzie miejskim. My sister works at the town hall. Żona, wife. So you probably know the word ona, she, ona. So just add ż, żona. Ona, żona. And you can ask, for example, gdzie jest twoja żona? Where is your wife? Teściowa, mother-in-law. So father-in-law was once again teść, and here we've got mother-in-law, which is teściowa. Jutro jedziemy do teściowej. We are going tomorrow to visit the mother-in-law, and that can be very scary jutro. Jutro jedziemy do teściowej. We are going tomorrow to visit the mother-in-law. Babcia, grandmother, or grandpa will be dziadek as well. And grandmother or grandma is babcia. And Polish grandmothers, oh my God, they can cook you like the whole fridge, and you will get stuffed, and then you won't be able to walk anymore, and then she will be asking, oh, are you okay? You sure you don't want any more? Like I have like this and this and this, and then help yourself with this, and 5 minutes later she will be serving you another meal. That's basically what usually happens every single Polish house. For example, you can say, moja babcia skończyła wczoraj 80 lat. My grandma turned 80 yesterday. Ciocia, aunt. And as I already said, every single female around your kid will be this kid's ciocia. So, like my friend, he has a 4-year-old daughter, and she knows that I'm her ciocia. Although I'm not a ciocia at all. Like we basically have known each other for like maybe only 4 years. Doesn't matter. We don't have any relationship, anything. But I'm her ciocia because that's what we usually do. We call everybody around ciocia or wujek. And for example, you can say, ciocia cię bardzo kocha. Auntie loves you very much. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you for watching. Today we learned 15 must-know family words. How large is your family? Please leave us a comment. Remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more videos like this. See ya! Hello everybody, welcome back to Polish Top Words. My name is Marzena, and today we will learn top 10 must-know vocabulary for the restaurant. So our first word is Kellner, waiter. And it's a masculine noun. So for example, if a waiter is very rude, you can say ten kelner jest bardzo niegrzeczny. Ten kelner jest bardzo niegrzeczny. This waiter is very rude. And our next word is kelnerka, waitress. So kelner is the masculine form, while kelnerka is the feminine. For example, you can say, ile zarabia kelnerka? Ile zarabia kelnerka? How much money does a waitress make? So in general, the service in Poland is not that bad, but sometimes you may be unhappy with something, and if that's the case, it's okay not to tip because the waiter or the waitress, they usually earn enough to cover their salary. But a rule in Poland would be to tip more or less 15-20%, but it's obviously up to you. So if you are more than happy with the service, you can go for 20%. If you are not so happy, you can go for 10 or just leave. Nobody will be angry at you. Our next word is almost the same as the English one, and it's menu. Menu. And with so many different restaurants, maybe there is some food you don't eat, something you don't like, and there is like vegetarian menu, and there is a vegan menu, and there is of course all the other types like pescatarian menu. So for example, when you walk into the restaurant and you are not so much into fish or meat, you can just ask, czy mają państwo menu wegetariańskie? Do you have a vegetarian menu? And surprisingly, even though Polish cuisine is so heavy on meat, we do have plenty, and I mean plenty, vegetarian restaurants spread all over the Poland, but especially in Warsaw. Warsaw is being known as European capital of vegetarian food and vegan food. And of course, one of the very important words when you are in the restaurant is zamówienie, order. Zamówienie, order. So zamówienie comes from a verb zamawiać, which means to order. So in English it's the same, basically almost the same word. It's just noun and a verb, order and to order. In Polish it's zamówienie as the noun and zamawiać as the verb. So the waiter can come to your table and ask, czy mogę przyjąć zamówienie? May I take your order? Another very important word, not only for restaurant, but in general, is woda, water. Woda means just water. And I know that in some countries you can get water for free in a restaurant, but in Poland you pay for it always. Be careful when you order it, just check on the menu what the price is, because it can be actually pretty high, almost the same as juice or even beer sometimes. And we do have both sparkling and non-sparkling water. It's very popular. Both are. So, for example, if you are the kind of person who doesn't like sparkling water, you would like to ask for non-sparkling one, you would say, poproszę wodę niegazowaną. I would like to have non-sparkling water. And of course, when you finish the meal, the most important thing is dessert. Dessert. Dessert, you probably feel like you've heard it somewhere because it sounds so much like the English word. Dessert is dessert. 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 So when the waiter or the waiters will be taking your order, they will probably ask at the end, czy życzy sobie pani coś na deser? Would you like something for the dessert? So we've got a lot of different desserts in Poland, and one of the most famous one would be szarlotka, which is an apple pie served with ice cream and with whipped cream. Another very good one, but available, I think, only for Christmas, is the popsicle cake, which is the best for me. I like my favorite dessert ever. And of course, there is a lot of other pies. There's a wonderful cheesecake, very different from what you will see in all the other countries. So please be sure to try it out. Szef kuchni. Chef. So if you go with your friends to this very nice restaurant and you know that the chef here is very, very famous. You can say in Polish, szef kuchni w tej restauracji jest bardzo znany. The chef in this restaurant is very famous. Fast food. Fast food, which is just fast food. I guess the accent is more like Polish. And then another thing is that you know that in Polish we change nouns, we change the endings. So even though it's an English word, we would still change it. So it's like fast food, fast foodów, fast food. So even though it's an English word, we'll still change it. Like fast food sometimes would just become fast foodów. And we do have a Polish type of fast food as well, which is pretty old. This Polish type, it's actually Polish hot dog, and we still call it hot dog, but there is no, and there is no sausage or anything or any meat inside. It's just mushrooms, and it comes from the time long time ago when we literally didn't have meat. It was very difficult to get meat. Even though people had money for that, they just couldn't buy it. So that's the invention of that time, and I still remember it. Oh my gosh, when I was little, I just loved to go with my mom and buy those hot dogs, and we called them hot dogs, but they were like hot dogs with mushrooms, and that's it, just mushrooms, like just the bun with mushrooms. You cannot see them so often anymore. You can still probably when you just look around, but it's not that common anymore. If you are like me and you don't really like fast food, you will say nie lubię fast foodów. I don't like fast food. Restauracja, restaurant. And you can already hear it sounds very much like the English word restaurant because it's restaurant. Restauracja, restauracja. And I guess you know that a lot of restaurants are being judged by having Michelin star or not having it. I don't think there is a lot of restaurants in Poland with Michelin star, but the one that do have it, they will be extremely, and I mean like extremely expensive. Nevertheless, if you find one, you can always say ta restauracja ma gwiazdkę Michelin. This restaurant has a Michelin star. Rachunek, bill. Rachunek comes from a very old Polish word which we probably don't use anymore. A verb, rachować. Rachować means just to count. And right now we would just say liczyć, not rachować. But this word, its form, it's still there in the word rachunek. Rachunek. And it's also very important to just look at your bill before you go back home, because sometimes people may make mistakes, on purpose or not on purpose, but just it happens. And if something is wrong, you can always say przepraszam, ale ten rachunek się nie zgadza. I'm sorry, but this bill is not correct. Thank you for watching. This was Top 10 Must Know Vocabulary for the Restaurant. Be sure to like this video. And please tell us in comments what kind of Polish food do you like. And if you want more content like this, please go to polishpod101.com. See you! Hello everybody, my name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 most romantic ideas for a date. So here we go. Kolacja przy świecach. Candlelight dinner. Kolacja przy świecach. Candlelight dinner. You can have a very nice dinner in a restaurant, very romantic dinner in a restaurant, but if you want to put a little bit more effort, you can prepare this nice candlelight dinner at home and invite your girlfriend, or the other way around, invite your boyfriend. And if you are this lucky girl where your boyfriend just prepared for you, you can say na walentynki mój chłopak przygotował kolację przy świecach. For Valentine's, my boyfriend prepared candlelight dinner. So it's not really in Polish tradition to go for a candlelight dinner. And although we do love it, it's like a very romantic idea. I wouldn't expect something like that from a Polish boyfriend. Pójść na długi spacer. To go for a long walk. Another great idea would be to go for a long walk, which in Polish is pójść na długi spacer. Pójść na długi spacer. And of course it depends on where you live, If you live in Warsaw, I think a very romantic place would be to go by the river or to the Old Town. Old Town is definitely very, very romantic. Or if it's winter, like Valentine's, then there will be probably lots of lights in Nowy Świat or Krakowskie Przedmieście Street. And that's like amazing place to just walk around. Also in Kraków, the Old Town is very beautiful. And in other cities, I guess the city center can be lovely, really lovely for a very long walk like this. So, for example, you can say poszłabym na długi spacer. Poszłabym na długi spacer. That's if you are a girl, or if you are a guy, poszedłbym na długi spacer. Poszedłbym na długi spacer. Which means I would like to go for a long walk. Pójść na kręgle. To go bowling. Another one, if you're a fan of bowling, you can just say pójść na kręgle. Pójść na kręgle means to go bowling. Pójść na kręgle. And for example, we can say jutro pójdę na kręgle. Tomorrow I will go bowling. Even though we've got some bowling places around Warsaw, Kraków, and some other major cities, it's not very popular in Poland. I remember the first time I went bowling was probably when I was at the university, just because we had a bowling alley in the undergrounds of our library. Don't ask me how, but we did. But it's not the first thing you will think of, I guess. So if you are a fan, yes, sure, but you will probably have to look around to find a good place. Pójść do akwarium. To go to the aquarium. Pójść do akwarium. To go to the aquarium. So if you're a guy and you've been to aquarium yesterday, you can say wczoraj poszedłem do akwarium. Yesterday I went to the aquarium. And again, it's not very popular activity in Poland. I cannot remember right now where we do have big aquariums. Not a lot actually. If any. So something that you may enjoy maybe outside of Poland with your Polish girlfriend or boyfriend more. Pójść do opery. To go to the opera. Pójść do opery. To go to the opera. And this would be a popular or semi-popular activity in bigger cities like Warsaw or Kraków. Especially Warsaw and Kraków. So I think the first time I was in the opera was when I moved to Warsaw, and I actually went to see Madame Butterfly, which was amazing. But the thing is that people do not enjoy that in other cities, only in those two big main cities, I guess, in Poland. Maybe Gdańsk and some other like Poznań, bigger cities, but it's not so common in those small ones as you may expect. Pójść do zoo. To go to the zoo. Pójść do zoo. To go to the zoo. And that's something you can enjoy almost everywhere. We got pretty nice zoos all spread all over the Poland. There's actually a very nice one in my hometown, which is located on a small island. My hometown is called Opole, and the zoo is located in a small island in the middle of a river, and it's really amazing. I personally don't like zoos because I don't like seeing all those animals in cages, but over there is almost no cages, and it's so spacious because it's like takes the whole island literally. So that's very nice thing about it. So for example, you can say pójdziemy do zoo w weekend. Will we go to the zoo on the weekend? Urządzić piknik. To have a picnic. Another one you can enjoy would be urządzić piknik. To have a picnic. And usually, I mean, if you are living in a big city, you don't have your own garden, so you just go to a park. But if you live in any of those smaller ones, and it doesn't have to be really small, but a lot of places, like people tend to have their own gardens, so they will just have a picnic in a garden, in their own garden. It's very popular in summer. Maybe early autumn or something like that when it's still not so cold, or late spring. Obviously not winter. But yes, it's very popular for kids going with their parents or for couples going to a picnic. We love to eat outside, we love to sit outside and enjoy the nature. Urządzimy piknik w parku? Will we have a picnic in park? Iść na kolację i obejrzeć film. To have dinner and see a movie. Iść na kolację i obejrzeć film. To have dinner and see a movie. This would be one of the most popular options, I guess. That's what I usually do. When I go out with my boyfriend, we just have dinner and maybe a couple of drinks, and then we go and see a movie or two. And I think that's the easiest one to arrange for Valentine's or any other day, because it doesn't really depend so much on the weather. W piątek idziemy na kolację, a potem obejrzymy film. On Friday we will go for a dinner and then we will watch a movie. Przejechać się promem. To take a ferry ride. Przejechać się promem. To take a ferry ride. So I guess you can do it kind of on the big river, Wisła River, in Warsaw, or when you go to the sea, you can enjoy that too. Not in a lot of places, but the places where you can do that, it's amazing. It's very nice. It's a very nice thing to do, especially in summer. So, for example, if you are going for this romantic evening, you can say wieczorem przejedziemy się promem. In the evening, we'll take a ferry ride. I am a big fan of those wonderful white beaches which we don't have in Poland. But after seeing lots of beaches around the world, I know that Polish beaches are amazing. They are amazing. They are not white, but kind of gold. But they are very long, beautiful, and a very nice place for a romantic date, especially in summer. So another thing you can do is spacerować po plaży, to walk on the beach. Spacerować po plaży, to walk on the beach. So if you like this late evening walks on the beach, you can say wieczorem przespacujemy się po plaży. In the evening we will walk on the beach. Thank you for listening. Today we learned 10 most romantic ideas for a date. So remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and please let us know what would be your romantic idea for a date in the comments. And of course, visit polishpod101.com for more content like this. Thank you! Hello everybody, my name is Marzena and welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we'll learn top 10 phrases to know when having a baby. Are you ready? Zmieniać pieluszki. To change diapers. Zmieniać means to change, and you can change anything else like change the bulb or change name or something like that. And pieluszki means diapers. So one is pieluszka, and in plural it's pieluszki. For example, you can say muszę zmienić pieluszki. Muszę zmienić pieluszki. I need to change the diapers. Założyć śliniaczek. To put on a bib. So our next phrase is założyć śliniaczek. Założyć śliniaczek means to put on a bib. Śliniaczek means a bib, and it comes from a noun ślina. Ślina means just saliva. So basically śliniaczek is something that was supposed to catch your saliva coming down, but it's basically a bib. So założyć śliniaczek means to put on a bib. For example, you can say załóż mu śliniaczek. Załóż mu śliniaczek. Put a bib on him. Załóż mu śliniaczek. Zmienić ubranie. To change clothes. So our next phrase is zmienić ubranie. Zmienić ubranie means to change clothes. And it's the same zmienić or to change as zmienić pieluszki, to change the diapers. Zmienić ubranie, to change the clothes, you can use in a sentence like this. Zmień mu ubranie. Zmień mu ubranie. Change his clothes. Zmień mu ubranie. Śpiewać kołysankę. To sing a lullaby. So our next phrase is śpiewać kołysankę. Śpiewać kołysankę means to sing a lullaby. So, for example, you can say zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. Zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. Sing him a lullaby. Zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. So one of the most famous lullabies in Poland is Wlazł kotek na płotek. Wlazł kotek na płotek. It's about a cat who jumped on a fence and then he was walking there and then he was singing or something like that, and it's very famous. It's being sung to kids all around the Poland. I will not sing it here. Zdrzemnąć się. To take a nap. So our next phrase is really important. It's zdrzemnąć się. Zdrzemnąć się. And it means to take a nap. Zdrzemnąć się. There's also a noun coming from this verb, and it's drzemka. Drzemka means a nap, and a verb associated with it is zdrzemnąć się. Zdrzemnąć się means to take a nap. So, for example, you can say dziecko musi się zdrzemnąć. Dziecko musi się zdrzemnąć. The child needs to take a nap. Kupić fotelik samochodowy. To buy a car seat. Our next phrase is very descriptive, and it's kupić fotelik samochodowy. Kupić, to buy, fotelik, seat, samochodowy, car. So, kupić fotelik samochodowy means just to buy a car seat. You can say, musimy kupić fotelik samochodowy. Musimy kupić fotelik samochodowy. We need to buy a car seat. Nakarmić, to feed. Our next phrase, or actually our next verb, is nakarmić. Nakarmić. Nakarmić means to feed, but it's perfective form of this verb. So already, like when we suggest that somebody will be full after that, nakarmić, that's already over, finished. Even though we can use it in a future tense, it still means like something finished, like perfective, not imperfective. And for example, you can say trzeba go chyba nakarmić. Trzeba go chyba nakarmić. One has to feed him. Popychać wózek. To push a stroller. Our next phrase is popychać wózek. So, popychać means to push, the same as pchać. And wózek means stroller. So, popychać wózek means to push a stroller. And for example, you can say tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Daddy proudly pushes the stroller. Tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Czytać książkę. To read a book. So our next phrase is czytać książkę. Czytać książkę means to read a book. For example, if you're asking somebody if he or she reads books to his children or her children, you will ask, czytasz książki swoim dzieciom? Czytasz książki swoim dzieciom? Do you read books to your children? Przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. To make baby food. Our last phrase for today is Przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. Niemowlę, or in the plural form, niemowlęta, means just babies. So, przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt means to make baby food. And for example, you can say, muszę przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. Muszę przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. I have to make baby food. Thank you for watching this video. Today we learned top 10 phrases to know when having a baby. If you like this video, please remember to put thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. Also, go to polishpod101.com for more videos like this and more information like this. Thank you again and see you! Śpiewać kołysankę means to sing a lullaby. Why can I not sing a lullaby? Okay.
Please!
There is like... so, when I was like 5 years old, my mom said never sing in front of people, and I'm going to stick with that.
Oh, really?
No,
Why?
really, because I was so terrible that my mom told me not to sing in front of people. Okay. Hello everybody, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we learn top 10 phrases tourists should never use. So here we go. To jest obrzydliwe. That's disgusting. To jest obrzydliwe. To jest obrzydliwe. To jest obrzydliwe means it's disgusting. And I guess you would never like anybody to say that about your, for example, traditional food. So I never met anybody who would say something like that about Polish food or Polish traditions, or at least not into my face, but I will feel very bad if somebody did. I guess there is a lot of different countries where you can go and with a lot of food that looks disgusting, but still you shouldn't say that because those people are eating that and it's like for them it's for something traditional or something like they eat every day. And I bet you wouldn't like to hear it either. So please don't do it. Don't do it in Poland or in any other country. Mój kraj jest lepszy. My country is better. Mój kraj jest lepszy. Mój kraj jest lepszy. Which means my country is better. Obviously, a big no-no. Please avoid it. Avoid it in Poland. Avoid it in any other country. Me as a Polish person, I wouldn't like to hear that, and especially from people from neighboring countries, because we tend to, try to get better and better and better, and we tend to try to get better than other countries around us, and of course everybody else is doing the same thing, but you never ever verbalize that, don't say it. Wolałabym wrócić do domu. I would rather be back home. Wolałabym wrócić do domu. Wolałabym wrócić do domu. So if you are a girl, you will actually say that. If you are a guy, you may try saying wolałbym wrócić do domu. So wolałabym, wolałbym. But what does it mean? Well, it means that I would rather be back home. And yeah, imagine hearing that in your country. Like, you will feel just sad when people say that. This means that they really don't like it here. And that's something that's a very rude thing to say. And you may hurt a lot of people around you. So please don't do it ever. Big no. Zamknij się. Shut up. Okay, so the next one is not only for tourists, but in general, we shouldn't say that phrase. And it's zamknij się. Zamknij się. Which literally it means close yourself, but basically we use it as a shut up. Zamknij się. And obviously that's not a nice thing to say, not even to your friends, and it's very rude. And even your best friends with whom you are very close, and maybe it's okay to say in English, but in Polish, no. People will just get angry at you. So please try to avoid this one, but know what it means, because you may hear it from somebody else, and that's the point where you should be angry at this person. Nie interesuje mnie twoja kultura. I'm not very interested in your culture. Another big no-no when you're in a foreign country is nie interesuje mnie twoja kultura. Nie interesuje mnie twoja kultura, which basically means I'm not interested in your culture. And that's the point when you're asking yourself why you're even here, if you are not interested in it, and why don't you just get back home? And basically you feel offended, you feel maybe attacked, because your culture or whatever you're living in, like your everyday life, your everyday culture, small things you do every day, it's obviously very important to all the people around you. And if somebody says, well, I have no interest in that, like do whatever or be whatever, that's the point where you can really hurt people. So please don't do it. Nie lubię poznawać nowych ludzi. I don't like meeting new people. Another one is not so much for a tourist as for a person just meeting new people, well, I guess if you are a tourist, you will meet a lot of new people, and that's the point where you shouldn't use this phrase. Nie lubię poznawać nowych ludzi. Nie lubię poznawać nowych ludzi, which basically means I don't like meeting new people. And if you are telling it to a person you've just met, well, that's a big faux pas you shouldn't make. So please try to avoid it. Zjedzmy w McDonaldzie. Let's just eat at McDonald's. Another one that is a big no-no is zjedzmy w McDonaldzie. Zjedzmy w McDonaldzie, which means let's just eat at McDonald's. And yes, of course, if you are going to another country, people would like you to try their own food, and the same is in Poland, and the same goes anywhere you go. So like, for example, one of my Polish friends, he came to Japan, and Japan, amazing food, and he was eating McDonald's every day and spending much more money than he should on it, because it's actually pretty expensive. And he never ever tried like this good Japanese food. So I guess all the people he knew from Japan, they felt a little bit offended. And it would be the same for me from Poland. So if you come to Poland and you are like, I will not try Polish food, like let's just go to McDonald's, let's just eat at McDonald's. Like, why? Why are you even here? Why don't you want to like get to know new culture, right? So please try to avoid this. Nudy. Boring. Nudy. Nudy or nudy means boring. And that's something you don't want to say, not even like as a tourist, but as a friend, or if you go to Polish home, Polish house, or whenever you talk to Polish people, you are sitting around anybody who can understand Polish, and you say like, oh, it's so boring, nudy. No, that's something you don't want to do, ever. And that's goes the same in any other language, I guess, and not even if you're a tourist, but if you're like in your own country and just speaking with somebody who speaks Polish, please don't do this. Not good. To smakuje okropnie. This tastes awful. To smakuje okropnie. To smakuje okropnie. To smakuje okropnie means this tastes awful. This tastes awful. Yeah, something you wouldn't like to tell somebody, especially if this person, your Polish friend, cooked you a wonderful dinner and you got this opportunity to try all this different Polish food, and then you are like, to smakuje okropnie. No, not a good thing to do in any country, Polish or Poland included. Zostanę dzisiaj w hotelu. I'm going to spend the day in the hotel. Another one that somebody may actually feel offended is zostanę dzisiaj w hotelu. Zostanę dzisiaj w hotelu. I'm going to spend a day in the hotel. So yes, obviously, zostanę dzisiaj w hotelu is something you wouldn't like to hear if you are like, if your friend comes to your country and you want to show them like everything and you prepared everything and you've got this whole one-day schedule, sightseeing schedule, and they say, nah, today I'll just stay at the hotel, zostanę dzisiaj w hotelu, and I would just eat at McDonald's, I would just, zjem w McDonaldzie, I will eat at McDonald's. And this is, showing that you have no interest whatsoever in the country you just came to. And it's a very bad way to start a relationship with a country like that or with a person from that country. A big no-no, please don't do it. Thank you for watching. Today we learned top 10 phrases tourists should never use. Remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, go to polishpod101.com for more videos like that. And let us know in the comments what kind of phrases a tourist should never use in your country. So, thank you for watching and see you again! I'm not very interested in your culture.
So why you are here?
Yeah, they are giving me money, so I'm here. I said a tourist, not tourists. Should I be killed for that and do it again? Hello, everybody!
Sorry!
And bye-bye! Okay. Top 10 phrases tourists should never use. And Frankie. Remember to like this video and go to polishpod1. Hello everybody, my name is Marzena and welcome to Polish Top Words. Today we'll learn top 10 most common tourist vocabulary. So are you ready? So our first word is bilet. It means ticket. So once again, bilet means a ticket. And for example, you can say poproszę bilet normalny. Poproszę bilet normalny. Normal ticket, please. So actually, normal ticket, it's a literal translation. We say in Poland, bilet normalny for an adult ticket. So, as opposed to the one for children, which we will say ulgowy. Ulgowy. Ulgowy means that there is some kind of ulga. So it means that there is some percent off the price. So you pay less. And bilet normalny is we just say normal ticket, but it means adult ticket, like the very basic ticket, as opposed to the one for kids. Or to the one for elders, which they usually have a cheaper ticket as well. And depending on the city you go in Poland, sometimes you will buy just one ticket for the bus and you can go as many stops as you want. Like this is how it works in Warsaw. But also in Warsaw you can buy time-limited ticket, like for example a ticket for 75 minutes, and this means that you can go wherever you want for 75 minutes from the time you validate this ticket, but you can change the bus. So for example, if you have to take the tram and then you bus and then you have to switch to metro or something, so you are basically taking three different transportation ways, then it's better for you maybe to get a 75 minutes ticket so you can switch between those and don't pay additional price and you don't have to buy another ticket, which is a very convenient way. And what happens if you are stuck with this 75 minutes ticket in a traffic jam? Well, usually most of the vehicles like buses or like trams, they will have a ticket machine inside of it. So you can buy another ticket if you're like running late and then there is a big traffic jam and you didn't really count it in and now it's your 75 minutes is already over, then you can buy a new one at the bus. If there is no ticket machine, the best thing you can do is just get off at the next bus stop. So that's how it works in Warsaw, and other cities around the Poland is sometimes different. Sometimes you have one-time tickets, sometimes you have time limit tickets, sometimes you have a different type of ticket, so be sure to ask about it when you get to the city. Our next word is turysta, a tourist. Turysta means a tourist, so that probably will be you when you are going around and sightseeing in Poland. And for example, you can say dużo tutaj turystów. There is a lot of tourists here. Dużo tutaj turystów. So actually there is more and more tourists coming to Poland, to Warsaw, to Kraków, of course. But lately even cities like Wrocław, Opole, Poznań even, or Gdańsk are pretty much touristic. There is a lot of tourists coming. And they are very busy, especially during summer, especially Gdańsk, which is very close to the Baltic Sea. It's a super busy city during the summer. Plan podróży, itinerary. For example, you can say, to jest nasz plan podróży. To jest nasz plan podróży. This is our itinerary. And of course, it's good to make your plan podróży before you come to Poland. And I would advise you to stay for about a week or so to see as much as you can, because coming for a shorter period of time, like 3 days or 2 days, it can be okay, but you will probably not enjoy it so much. So at least, I would say at least 1 week, if not more, because Poland is a big country. And there is a lot of places you can travel to, you can travel around. I guess right now all the big major cities are pretty well connected with the train usually, or sometimes buses, and buses can be very cheap. So please check it out when you plan to go to Poland, if you can go by train, or maybe you should take a bus. Sometimes it's just a small difference and all the buses usually have Wi-Fi, so you can still like watch something or just sit down and play or whatever, and enjoy your bus ride as well. Przewodnik, the guidebook. The same word can be used to refer to a guide or a mail guide. Przewodnik. And you can ask somebody, masz przewodnik? Masz przewodnik? Do you have a guidebook? Of course, it's important to buy one before coming to Poland so you can know all the attractions that are waiting ahead for you. So to make like your plan podróży, your itinerary, it's very important to have one. But also, you know, when you are walking around, sometimes it's just very convenient to have something like that, to have your przewodnik, to check out for like new restaurants or something that's around you. Of course, you can use internet and there is Wi-Fi pretty much everywhere around in bigger cities, and that's sometimes more convenient, but sometimes just, you know, easy to have your book, your guidebook. Our next word is autobus wycieczkowy, which means a tour bus. And lately it's been more and more popular to go around big cities like Warsaw or Krakow with a tour bus. So it's easy because you can just buy one ticket and you can go around. And in Warsaw there is also one city bus that is dedicated for tourists. So of course everybody can take it, but the funny part is that it goes around Warsaw and it gets you to all those big tourist locations. So it goes from one tourist location to another, and of course it's a normal city bus. And as I said, anybody can take it. But the funny part is that, you know, it goes around all the main sites, so that's very, very convenient. And if you are taking a tour and you've got this tour bus, you can say, gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Where is our tour bus? Gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Świątynia means a temple, and you will not find a lot of temples in Poland, like very close to zero, but sometimes we call a church a temple as well. So sometimes we actually refer to a church as świątynia or świątynia Boga, like the God's temple or something like that. And for example, you can say, zróbmy sobie zdjęcie przed świątynią. Zróbmy sobie zdjęcie przed świątynią. Let's take a picture in front of a temple. Another one, meczet, mosque. There are some places where we still have some. In my hometown, we used to have one. We don't have it anymore, but everybody knows where it used to be, so everybody refers to that place, well, you know, this place where a meczet was, where a mosque was. And in a sentence, you can use this word like this. Ten meczet jest bardzo stary. Ten meczet jest bardzo stary. This mosque is very old. The next word is super important in Poland, and it's kościół, church. Basically, if you are going around Poland, very, very possible that you will be going or sightseeing around all those churches. So all around kościół, kościół, kościół. And for example, you can say, ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. Ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. This church was built in the Middle Ages. Ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. Yes, we do have a lot of kościół or a lot of churches in Poland. For example, in my hometown, Opole, we do have around four, I guess 1, 2, 3, maybe three, around three in just the city, the main part, the main city square in the city center. So it's like maybe 2 minutes from one church to another, and they're all different. So it's very nice for sightseeing or going around, but it's like literally maybe 2-3 minutes between one and the other. And when they have, like, you know, on Sunday you can hear the bells ringing in one church and another one, and 5 minutes later another one. So it's very funny. And yeah, we have a lot of churches in Poland, basically. Some of them very beautiful, so please check it out. Our next word is wodospad. Wodospad means waterfall, and it's basically the word itself is built like in English, so water is falling, and in Poland is wodospad. Spad, like go down, from spadać, and wodo from woda, from water, so the water is falling, wodospad. And for example, you can say, podobno tam jest duży wodospad. Podobno tam jest duży wodospad. There is supposed to be a big waterfall out there. Podobno tam jest duży wodospad. Well, we don't really have a lot of waterfalls in Poland. I guess if you go to the mountains, you will see like a small river and something like a waterfall, which can look beautiful. But I guess we have more lakes maybe, which are even more beautiful. So please be sure to check out Polish nature, because it's amazing. Our next word is a lot of fun, and it's wycieczka. Wycieczka means a tour, and if you find a nice wycieczka in an offer, maybe you can say, pojedziemy na tę wycieczkę. Pojedziemy na tę wycieczkę. Are we going for this tour? And of course you can like go by yourself and go around and do sightseeing by yourself, but it's also very nice to get a tour, a guided tour, especially if you go around Krakow, like you go to Auschwitz or you go to Wieliczka. And I think it's very important to get guided tour there, because first of all, it's very difficult to get there, and second of all, it's nice to go there with somebody who can tell you a little bit more about the place than just see the place. Thank you for watching this video. If you like this video, please remember to put thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. Also, go to polishpod101.com for more videos like this and more information like this. Thank you again and see you!
Speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Hi, welcome to Polish Top Words. Today we will learn 10 things to do in summer in Poland. My name is Marzena and, well, let's begin. Pojechać nad jezioro. To go to a lake. Pojechać nad jezioro means to go to a lake. So you can, for example, you can say pojedziemy nad jezioro ze znajomymi. We will go to a lake with our friends. We've got many beautiful lakes in Poland, especially in the northern part. There is this land called Land of 1000 Lakes, where you've got many lakes and they're connected, so you can go kayaking from one lake to another, and it can take like 1 or 2 weeks. That's a very nice way to spend summer in Poland. Relaksować się na plaży. To relax at the beach. Relaksować się na plaży. To relax on the beach. That's something I like to do. So you can say, dzisiaj będziemy się relaksować na plaży. Today we will relax on the beach. We've got very beautiful beaches in Poland, and it's pretty hot in summer. It can be like 28, 30 degrees. So it's actually pretty comfortable. And the only funny thing is that, well, there is so many tourists in summer on Polish beaches that it's very, very difficult to find a spot. So be sure to arrive early in the morning. Uczyć się polskiego z polishpod101.com. To learn Polish with polishpod101.com. Uczyć się polskiego z polishpod101.com. Which means to learn Polish with polishpod101.com. So, for example, you can say uczę się polskiego z polishpod101.com, which means I study Polish, I learn Polish with polishpod101.com. It's another funny thing you can do in summer, right? Nauczyć się jak gotować polskie potrawy. To learn to cook Polish food. Nauczyć się jak gotować polskie potrawy. To learn to cook Polish food. If that's your goal for this summer vacation, you can say w te wakacje nauczę się jak gotować polskie potrawy. This vacation I will learn how to cook Polish food. So we've got many amazing dishes in Poland, and some of them are not so difficult to do, and I'm pretty sure you can do it in your country as well. So be sure to attend one of those classes. Right now they are offering a lot in Warsaw and other big cities. If you are sightseeing, you can join one of those and learn some traditional Polish dishes like pierogi, Polish dumplings, or Bigos, which is the sauerkraut, or goulash, which is Polish stew. Zrobić grilla. To have a barbecue. Zrobić grilla, which basically means to have a barbecue. That's a pretty common activity for summer in Poland. You can say when you are having like a barbecue party with your friends, you can say w sobotę robimy grilla, which means on Saturday we are having barbecue. At my house we are having barbecue almost every week. In our garden we invite our friends and family, and it's like a big Polish party. Imprezować całą noc. To party all night. Imprezować całą noc. To party all night. That one you can experience in all big cities. You can easily go to a big club in Warsaw, for example. You can change clubs. There is some deals with all you can drink included. And the best part about it is that you can actually take night bus back home if you decide to go home earlier than in the morning after getting one kebab or two. So, for example, if you wake up and you are like very tired and you want to call your friend and say, oh gosh, I partied the whole night, you can say, wczoraj imprezowałem całą noc. That's if you're a guy, and if you are a girl, you can say wczoraj imprezowałam całą noc, which basically means Yesterday I partied all night. Opalić się. To get a tan. Opalić się. Opalić się means to get a tan. So you can, for example, when you see a friend and she came from her vacation and she's wonderful tanned, you can say or compliment her or him, ale się opaliłeś. If that's a guy, and if it's a girl, ale się opaliłaś. Which basically means, oh, you got yourself a tan. And that's usually a good thing in Poland. If you are too white, people will look at you like you are a weird person, like you are not going to get a tan when you could. Iść na pieszą wycieczkę. To go hiking. So the next one is iść na pieszą wycieczkę. Iść na pieszą wycieczkę basically means to go hiking. So for example, you can say poszłabym na pieszą wycieczkę, which means I would love to go hiking. And it's a very good activity to do in the softer part of Poland, where you've got beautiful mountains, wonderful landscapes. So basically everything you need to enjoy yourself outside in summer. And it's not too hot in the mountains. It should be like 25 degrees, so it's actually pretty good for walk, for hiking or for piesza wycieczka. Pracować na pół etatu. To work a part-time job. Pracować na pół etatu means to work a part-time job. So you can ask, for example, if you want to know if somebody is part-time or full-time, you can ask them, pracujesz na pełen czy na pół etatu? Are you working full-time or part-time? It's not so common in Poland to work part-time jobs when you are studying. I mean, you can do that, obviously, but the hours are not so flexible, so you have to arrange your schedule, and it can be pretty tough. It's not so easy to get like 4 hours only shift, unless you are in a bigger city. Although people do that, people even work full-time while studying, that's possible, and actually more common in the older years, in the later years at the university. Dobrze spędzić czas z przyjaciółmi. To have fun with friends. Dobrze spędzać czas z przyjaciółmi, which means to have fun with friends. You can, for example, say, dobrze spędzę czas z przyjaciółmi, which means I will have fun with my friends. Well, when I go out with my friends, I usually like to go to a coffee shop, get a decent coffee, or I love to go, just walk around the city, do some shopping, sometimes window shopping actually, but that's lots fun, something you can do together, or go to a cinema, see a nice movie. That's all those things you can do, and then, sit down in the park or go to a riverside and then see the sunset. That's something you can do even in Warsaw, which is incredible. Thank you so much for watching this video. Today we did 10 things to do in summer in Poland. And tell us about whatever you like to do in summer. And remember to like this video and check out PolishPod101.com. Thank you so much and see you again. Hello everyone and welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 gift ideas you must know in Polish. Laptop, 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 laptop. Laptop is basically a laptop, and that's the best idea for a gift for yourself, because it's pretty expensive. So if you are a guy, you would say kupiłem nowy laptop. If you are a girl, you would say kupiłam nowy laptop. And that basically means I bought a new laptop for myself. Książka, book. Książka. Very difficult to pronounce in Polish, I guess. Książka. Książka means a book. And for example, when you get yourself a nice book and you go back to your country, you can brag about it to your friends and say, oh, tę książkę kupiłam w Polsce. I bought this book in Poland. By the way, be careful to say tę książkę, not tą książkę, You may hear tą książkę, and it's actually okay to say it in a spoken form. It's not okay in a written one, yet a lot of native speakers make this mistake. You can hear it on TV, news broadcasters, politicians, even very smart people, even teachers, Polish teachers, they make this mistake. So I think pretty soon it will be a correct form, even in a written form. For now, you can say tą książkę, but it's not correct. Tę książkę is the correct form. Mapa świata, world map. So the next one is something you can buy for your friend who loves to travel the world, who's like a vagabond and loves to go from country to country. And the best gift for a person like that would be mapa świata. Mapa świata means world map. If you are a person like that and somebody gets you one, you can say dostałam mapę świata. If you're a girl. If you're a guy, you would say dostałem mapę świata, which means I got a world map. Aparat fotograficzny, camera. So now, another very expensive gift that you probably buy more for yourself than for somebody else is aparat fotograficzny. Aparat fotograficzny means camera, and be careful because in Polish, camera, which is kamera, in Polish it means just the video camera. So for camera, like taking pictures camera, it's aparat fotograficzny. So again, if you bought this new camera for yourself, this new aparat fotograficzny, you can say to jest mój nowy aparat fotograficzny. This is my new camera. Smartphone. Smartphone. Okay, so our next word is smartphone. Smartphone, basically, it means smartphone. I guess the accent is a little bit different, more Polish-like. The biggest difference is in the spelling. You can spell it with PH, but you really don't. You do spell it with F, smartphone. Okay, so when you see your friend playing with his new maybe smartphone, you can ask, oh, masz nowego smartfona? Do you have a new smartphone? Konsola do gier, game console. So our next word is konsola do gier. Konsola do gier means just a game console. And as you can probably hear, konsola, console, kind of similar. It comes from English. Konsola do, which means for, and gier, which means games. So when Christmas is coming and you approach your parents and you smile a lot, you are very nice, and then you say, chciałabym dostać nową konsolę do gier, which means I would like to get a game console. Or if you're like me, you pretend that Santa Claus exists, you write a letter, you put it there for your parents to find, and you're waiting for your new game console. Lot do Polski. A flight to Poland. Lot do Polski. Lot do Polski means a flight to Poland. Okay, that's something a lot of people would probably like to get. So for example, when you're checking flights to Poland, you can ask, po ile są loty do Polski? How much are the flights to Poland? Ceramika. Ceramic. Ceramika. Ceramika means ceramics. If you're a fan of ceramics, you probably would recognize this beautiful patterns, mostly in blue, which are getting more and more popular all around the world. Ceramika z Bolesławca jest popularna na całym świecie. Ceramic from Bolesławiec is known around the world. Bursztyn, amber, bursztyn. It means amber, and it's something that Poland is very well known for. And amber in Poland is very, very, very cheap if you compare it to other countries. We've got a lot of it. We are making a lot of stuff from it. Of course, some kind of like necklaces and other accessories. Obviously, we use it for stuff like some kind of accessories to your hair and for earrings. That's not the only way we are using amber. We do use amber, for example, to make alcohol. So like my grandma, she used to believe like when you put a lot of spirits into amber, and then you can make alcohol out of it as well, but you can actually use it as kind of homemade medicine for your back pain. The northern part of Poland developed its own amber cuisine, which is mostly probably for tourists to try some dishes with amber on top of it. I've never tried it, to be honest. So for example, you can say Polska słynie z bursztynu, which means Poland is famous for amber. Strój ludowy, national clothes. Strój ludowy. Strój ludowy, which basically means national clothes. It's not so popular, in Poland to have one. It's not like every family has one. And I guess people don't really dress in those kind of clothes anymore, unless you are a performer, and you are like dancing in a dancing group and you are dancing traditional dance, then you will have one. If you're living in a smaller village, you will have one, I guess, for all the types of national holidays and all the types of celebrations usually related to the Catholic Church. The funniest thing about Polish national clothes is that many different types of national clothes, depending on where you are from. Typical Polish person can say more or less where this one is coming from. So if you are visiting Poland and you want a nice souvenir to take with you home, you can say kupię sobie strój ludowy, which means I will buy national clothes for myself. If you have any other gifts ideas, please put them in the comments below. And if you want to learn more Polish, go to polishpod101.com. And that's all for today. Remember to like this video and see you next time!
Speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Hello everybody, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we will talk about what are your top 10 language learning goals for the year. So here we go. Skończę survival phrases na polishpod101.com słuchając 2 lekcji dziennie. I will finish survival phrases series on polishpod101.com by listening to 2 lessons a day. Skończę survival phrases na polishpod101.com słuchając 2 lekcji dziennie, which means I will finish survival phrases series on polishpod101.com by listening to 2 lessons a day. To set yourself a realistic goal, and then when you can actually measure what you did, and every day you listen just to 2 lessons, it's roughly maybe 20, 25, 30 minutes. If you want to review, it can be up to 1 hour, but it's very easy to do. So I would say, like, set yourself realistic goals and give yourself feedback and challenge yourself and try to do little by little, baby steps every day. And this is something that will lead you to success in language learning. Skończę książkę po polsku czytając 10 stron dziennie. I will finish reading 1 Polish book by reading 10 pages a day. Skończę książkę po polsku czytając 10 stron dziennie. We will finish, which means I will finish reading 1 Polish book by reading 10 pages a day. 10 pages a day doesn't seem like a big challenge, right? Yet, it's really possible to finish even the longest book by just doing that, just 10 pages a day. When you are choosing a book, remember about one very important thing. Don't choose book that is too difficult for you. So choose book where you can read it without actually looking up words in the dictionary. What I mean is that if you spend more time looking for words in dictionary than reading the book, the whole fun is not there. That's one thing. This is not helping you to learn. So that's one very important rule. Choose book that is at your level and then just try to read 10 pages a day. And maybe one day you will say, 15 or 20 because it's so interesting. So just remember, choose interesting book, not too high level, and read at least 10 pages a day. And that's something everybody can do. Good luck! Zdam test z polskiego. I will pass my Polish test. Zdam test z polskiego. Which means I will pass my Polish test. So maybe you are on vacation in Poland and you are taking some kind of Polish language course, and there's a lot of courses offered all around the Poland, a very nice way to spend your vacation as well. And then, of course it's nice to take different kind of courses, but then, you've got some kind of Polish certificate or Polish test, and that's a good goal to set for yourself. And once you do it, once you pass it, it's like, oh, this kind of feeling of achievement that makes you happier about yourself and makes you, you wanna do more, you wanna try more. Yeah, it's a good goal for your language learning, and you can study with polishpod101.com materials and prepare yourself for a Polish, for example, certificate course. So good luck! Zrozumiem w pełni jeden polski film, oglądając go codziennie. I will fully understand one Polish movie by watching it every day. Zrozumiem w pełni jeden polski film, oglądając go codziennie. Which means I will fully understand one Polish movie by watching it every day. And don't be, too hard on yourself, even if you don't understand it fully. It's okay. Once you get the general plot, that's perfect. That's a very good practice. You don't have to understand every single grammar point in every single sentence. That's not the point. Watch, enjoy, and good movies for that. I would recommend you Killer, which basically the Polish title is Killer, which is a very funny comedy and very relaxing, and I guess the language is not so difficult, so that's one of the movies I would recommend you. Totally, watch Killer. Przedstawię się po polsku moim polskim przyjaciołom w ciągu 3 minut. I will give a 3-minute introductory speech in Polish to my Polish friends. Przedstawię się po polsku moim polskim przyjaciołom w ciągu 3 minut. This basically means I will give a 3-minute introductory speech in Polish to my Polish friends. What's so good about this goal is that you actually tell yourself, 2 sentences is not enough. You have to go further. You have to say something more like my name is. It's not enough anymore. So 3 minutes, it's setting a realistic goal. You can measure it with actually a clock. And this is something you can achieve within the first few months of the year. And then from that you can go up. Good luck with that one. Nauczę się na pamięć 5 polskich piosenek. I will memorize 5 Polish songs. Another good way of studying Polish and another good goal for you is nauczę się na pamięć 5 polskich piosenek. I will memorize 5 Polish songs. What's so good about it is that songs are relatively easy to memorize, and then you learn new words out of it, and it's actually enjoyable when you listen to songs. You can try to sing it, you can try to repeat it, and then you kind of memorize it, and that's something that will stay with you for a long time, because every time you hear this memory, you will be like, remembering all these words, and it will be coming to your head, and it's like, whoa, I know Polish almost. A good band I would recommend you would be Elektryczne gitary, which can be translated as electric guitars. Elektryczne gitary, please check it out. Zapamiętam 350 słów za pomocą fiszek z polishpod101.com. I will finish memorizing 350 words with flashcards on polishpod101.com. Another good goal for the whole year is zapamiętam 350 słów za pomocą fiszek z polishpod101.com, which basically means I will finish memorizing 350 words with flashcards from polishpod101.com. I'm not a big fan of flashcards, but they can really help you, get this sense of achievement. So when you are trying to play with them, remember to make simple sentences as well. And remember, this is not the only way of studying a language, but that's a very good helper, something that will help you get, more confident in your skills. And I guess will help you memorize new words as well. So just try it. Maybe that's the way for you. Napiszę 10 kartek pocztowych po polsku do moich polskich znajomych. I will write 10 postcards in Polish to my Polish friends. Napiszę 10 kartek pocztowych po polsku do moich polskich znajomych. I will write 10 postcards in Polish to my Polish friends. what's good about postcards is that they don't have to be long, so you don't really have to be very good. And there is some set phrases that you can look up on the internet. You can check polishpod101.com for that. And some things like you can use very simple sentences and then just practice. And you're practicing writing as well. Writing can be very tricky, especially in Polish when you have two different ż. One is RZ, the other one is the ż with the dot on the top, and there's which one to use. Actually, I have problems with that too, don't worry. So this is a very good way to practice the language, the actual language. Nauczę się, jak mówić o przeszłych, teraźniejszych i przyszłych wydarzeniach. I will learn how to talk about past, present and future events. Another good thing to tell your story is to nauczę się, jak mówić o przeszłych, teraźniejszych i przyszłych wydarzeniach. Which basically means I will learn how to talk about past, present and future events. Zapamiętam 150 słów poprzez uczenie się 5 słów dziennie. I will master 150 words by memorizing 5 words a day. Okay, another one could be zapamiętam 150 słów przez uczenie się 5 słów dziennie. Which means I will master 150 words by memorizing 5 words a day. 5 words a day doesn't sound really difficult, right? Yet, by doing that for another 30 days, and that's only 1 month, you can actually get up to 150, and 150 is an achievement. Okay, so that's it for today. Thank you for listening. Could you suggest some more language learning goals? Please put some more language learning goals in comments. And if you like this video, please remember to like it here on YouTube. And if you want to learn more, go to polishpod101.com. Thank you for listening. Cześć! Everybody, welcome to Polish Top Words. My name is Marzena and today we learn top 10 marriage proposal lines. So here we go. Wyjdziesz za mnie? Will you marry me? And I guess, well, it's the simplest one, the shortest one and the most effective one as well. You may already know the word wyjść, which means to go out. So it's kind of like using the word to go out, but then putting this weird preposition, which usually doesn't come with the word to go out, which is za, and then myself, mnie, wyjdziesz za mnie, which basically means, will you marry me? But if you ever forget how to say it, just think, go out, go out, go out, okay, wyjść, wyjdziesz, okay, wyjdziesz za mnie. And the funny part is that, the very, very useful part is that you can use the same phrase for both guys and girls, and both guys and girls can use it. So it's very, very convenient. Czy zrobisz mi ten zaszczyt i zostaniesz moją żoną? Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? And obviously, because it's my wife, well, you can say it only to a girl. And yeah, czy zrobisz mi ten zaszczyt sounds very traditional, like will you do me an honor or will you do me the honor? It's like in English, it sounds very pathetic, very traditional, very, very old-fashioned, I guess. So yeah, for me, I don't think I would like my boyfriend to say that. It'd be a little bit weird, but I guess it really depends on the person and you probably know your lady best, so you can decide for the longer one, for this one, even though she will like it. Czy sprawisz, że zostanę najszczęśliwszym mężczyzną na ziemi? Will you make me the happiest man alive? Yeah, I don't know, like maybe I'm not so old-fashioned. It's not something I would like to hear, but I've been never dreaming of this white dress and marriage and stuff like that, while my friends were, and they already married and they already have kids and they already have their own households, and I'm not married and I don't have any kids and I don't have my own house and I'm not even looking for that, to be honest. So I guess if you're more like old-fashioned, traditional household style, then you will go for the longer one. If you're like me, you will just go for the shortened one and then maybe think of very nice way to say it, very nice praise to say it, and so on. So our next phrase is czekałem na ciebie całe życie. I've been waiting for you my whole life. Czekałem na ciebie całe życie. And since czekałem is in masculine form, then yeah, a guy can use it to a girl or a guy, if you prefer. That's masculine form. If you are a girl and you really want to use this one, you will say czekałam. Czekałam na ciebie całe życie. I've been waiting for you my whole life. Czekałem, czekałam. Yes, a small, tiny little difference. And yet again, not something I would like to hear maybe. I don't know, maybe I'm not romantic enough for this stuff. Or maybe I would like to actually hear that. Not sure. Undecided. Okay, let's go to the next one. Chcę być z tobą na zawsze. I want to be with you forever. Gosh, yeah. That's another one that for me it sounds a little bit cheesy, but then again, when I see when I hear I want to be with you forever, this sounds pretty cool actually. But then the Polish translation, which is okay, which is something people will use, chcę być z tobą na zawsze, chcę być z tobą na zawsze, I don't know, it doesn't sound so cool as in English. I have no idea why. It's just it. But yeah, it really depends on the person, right? Spędźmy ze sobą resztę życia. Let's spend the rest of our lives together. Wow, we are getting more and more romantic. And this one you can use for a guy, and you can use it for a girl, and you can use it if you are a guy or if you are a girl. So it's very, very convenient, because you don't have to change any forms. Spędźmy ze sobą resztę życia. It's all about us. Doesn't matter if you are guys, girls, guy and girl, and which way around. You can use it for any kind of relationship. And that's very convenient. It's very romantic. I wonder if I will ever hear that and how I will react to it. No idea. Mając ciebie przy boku, czuję się spełniony. Having you by my side is what completes me. And that is something that a guy can say, because spełniony is an adjective in a masculine form. You can change it very easily and say, mając ciebie przy boku, czuję się spełniona. Whoa, and that's another one. Oh, I don't know if I will ever hear this. It's very romantic. Well, my boyfriend is not that romantic. Probably, never ever. But yeah, I guess it would be nice to hear something like that once in a while, or once in a lifetime, or any time. Nie mogę sobie wyobrazić życia bez ciebie. I can't imagine my life without you in it. And this is another convenient one, because again, you don't have to change anything. You can use it to anyone, and you can use it as a girl, you can use it as a guy. So that's very good. That's not happening very often in Polish, so please use it. And oh my gosh, I guess, you will say it to somebody you really love, and maybe not somebody whom you just started dating, because this person would just get a little bit scared, I guess. Or maybe I'm not so romantic, I don't know. Chciałbym dać ci wszystko, ale mam nadzieję, że ten pierścionek wystarczy. I wish I could give you everything, but I hope that this ring is enough. And now you hit the level of being romantic. This is pretty much Superman of being romantic. And romantic phrases. And if your lady really likes that, that's something you can use. And here we've got chciałbym. So that's masculine form. So if you are a girl and you still want to use it, this is chciałabym. Chciałabym. You just change it a little bit. Chciałbym, chciałabym. And that's all, and you're ready to go. Jestem pewien, że ja i ty jesteśmy sobie przeznaczeni. I now know that you and I are truly meant to be together. Woohoo! I know some guys who would actually use it as a pickup line. And I don't think it's a good idea. It sounds a little bit creepy if you do it at your first date or, I don't know, even before that. But as a proposal line, on the other hand, yeah, I guess it can go very well. I would feel a little bit weird, to be honest, but then again, as I already said on multiple occasions in this episode, I may not be the biggest, romantic ever. Even though, yeah, I would like my boyfriend to be a little bit more romantic, I guess, but me, myself, I'm not that big of a romantic. So, thank you for watching. Today you learned top 10 marriage proposal lines. And please let us know in the comment which of those lines is the best for you, which one you like the best. And remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel and go to polishpod101.com for more content like this. Thank you again and see you next time! Okay, and if you really want to hit the level of being romantic, this is the one for you to go. Hello everybody, this is Marzena and welcome to Polish Top Words. Today we'll learn 10 phrases to survive at the station. So here we go. Jadę do. I would like to go to. The first and the most important one is jadę do. Jadę do Krakowa, jadę do Torunia, jadę do Poznania, jadę do Wrocławia. So, jadę do means I would like to go to. Luckily for you, this phrase is very short, first of all, and it's the same for male and female, so you don't have to change. Well, if you want to use the plural form, would be jedziemy do. Jedziemy do. So the preposition stays the same, do, and we just change the verb from jadę to jedziemy. And you can say, for example, jedziemy do Gdańska, jedziemy do Krakowa, jedziemy do Torunia, jedziemy do Poznania. So you may have noticed already that the name of the city changes. Like Toruń becomes Torunia, Gdańsk becomes Gdańska, Wrocław becomes Wrocławia, Kraków becomes Krakowa, Łódź becomes Łodzi, and this is because the case changes. So we change the case to genitive case. That's the second one, second case. So when you use preposition do, as in jadę do, you change it to the second case. So the name of the city will change. Jadę do Warszawy. We don't say jadę do Warszawa, that's a mistake. Jadę do Warszawy. And actually I said it means I would like to go to, but like very literally it means I'm going to, I'm heading to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? Wow, and our next one is something you would definitely need in Poland, because this changes a lot. It's a very long one, so be prepared. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? So let's just look at this phrase a little bit closer. So first we have the particle czy, that's asking. Z tego peronu, from this platform, odjeżdża, leaves. And then pociąg do, train to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? That's the whole phrase. And you can say, czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Warszawy? Is this the right platform for Warsaw? Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Torunia? Is this the right platform for Toruń? And as you probably notice, there is the same preposition do as in the previous one, jadę do. Hence, we change the name of the city So again, Toruń becomes Torunia, Warszawa becomes Warszawy, and Kraków becomes Krakowa, and so on and so on. So remember to change the name of the city. And it is very important for you to remember to memorize this phrase, because in Poland, sadly, especially as far as I remember, in Warsaw, in the central station, platforms change very often, like last minute, 5 minutes to a train, and they say, oh, the platform was changed from number 5 to number 1, and you run. And it really happens very often, and it's very hectic, and it's like, yeah, so not to panic, that's the first rule, and then run, that's the second rule, and ask, that's the third rule. So don't, even if you go to the platform, the right platform, don't just rest reassured that it's okay and I'm just waiting and just relax. I mean, it's okay to relax, but always check if this is the right platform again and again, because it really changes a lot. O której jest ostatni pociąg? What time is the last train? Our next phrase is o której jest ostatnie metro, which is actually a sentence, and it means what time is the last metro? O której jest ostatnie metro? So, if you're in Warsaw, it's very common to travel with metro, even though we have only actually 2 lines, but it's going through the whole Warsaw. It is really, really, really convenient. And one thing to remember about Warsaw, well, buses are basically 24/7. Only that, at night you have to pay like small additional charge for the ticket. And the other thing about buses is that, well, it's very convenient because all the buses are going to the city center at night, and all the buses are going out from the city center. So basically, if you're really drunk and you were at a party and you want to get home, just take any bus, and sooner or later you end up in the city center, and then you can take the correct bus or the right bus that's going to your house. Nevertheless, it takes time, and metro is more convenient. During the weekdays, it's still running pretty late and then starting pretty fast. But during the weekends, it's running 24/7. So it's really, really convenient. Just find the bus stop and get to the bus and go to the city center, get to the correct bus. And that's it. And you can go back home anytime you want without paying for taxi. Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Okay, the next very important phrase is gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Actually, where do I change for a train to? That would be maybe more correct translation. For example, you can say gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Wrocławia? Where do I change for the train to Wrocław? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Krakowa? Where do I change to a train to Kraków, or for a train to Kraków? And as you may already remember, and if not, then please try to memorize that. After the preposition do, we use the second case, the genitive case. So we change the name of the city again: Kraków, Krakowa, Warszawa, Warszawy, Wrocław, Wrocławia, and so on and so on. Opole, my hometown, to Opola. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? Even if you know all those phrases, you will never ever get to the right place if you don't know this one. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? So you may already know that gdzie means where, and stacja kolejowa is just train station. Usually the main train station will be somewhere around the city center, but for bigger cities they will have few train stations like around the city, even though within the city you don't really travel by train. You travel by trams, you travel by buses. Well, in Warsaw there is metro as well, but you don't really travel by train within the city. But you will still even like maybe medium or big cities, you will have few train stations located around the city, with the main train station usually in the city center, or I think 99% of examples it will be so. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? Our next phrase, or actually a sentence, is Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? And, well, you probably remember Gdzie is where, and bilet is a ticket. The word nabyć is actually maybe a little bit difficult. Nabyć means just to buy. And of course you can use Gdzie mogę kupić bilet. You probably know already kupić. Kupić means to buy, but nabyć is a more fancy way of saying to buy something. And we use it very often as well. So, gdzie mogę kupić bilet? It's perfectly fine. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Is level up if you want to learn another word for kupić. Nabyć. Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to? Okay, and the next very important one is ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is a ticket to? Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to? Or actually literally, how much is a ticket to? And as I already said, within the city, I don't think there will be big difference. I mean, like the ticket will be within the city, so that's okay. So there will be one ticket, but if you are going, for example, from Warsaw to Krakow, or from Krakow to Wrocław, or anywhere else within Poland, then of course this is a very useful phrase to learn. And the same preposition do, so remember we use second case, genitive case, for cities. So we can say, for example, ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? So Kraków changes to Krakowa. Ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? How much is the ticket to Krakow? Ile kosztuje bilet do Warszawy? How much is the ticket to Warsaw? Ile kosztuje bilet do Gdańska? How much is the ticket to Gdańsk? And so on, and so on, and so on. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? Yeah, and to take the bus, you really need to know how to ask where the bus stop is. And in Polish we say, gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? So przystanek is a stop and autobusowy means bus, so bus stop. And for big cities like Warsaw, there is plenty of bus stops everywhere around. So basically you just walk around and you will find one sooner or later. In smaller cities like my hometown Opole, there's not so many. I basically always opt for walking around than taking a bus. So so it's very important to know how to ask where one is. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? Now, once you get to this przystanek autobusowy or the bus stop, you may want to ask, o której będzie następny autobus? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? And I mean, like you can always check it, right? But sometimes the timetables are very confusing, and then you have weekdays and weekends and bus numbers and so on. And some buses will not go this way or this way, and maybe like sometimes, you've got different times for the same bus, and depending on which color it is, this bus will go this route or this route. and then you may end up missing your own bus stop. Which, by the way, another thing to remember, in some cities like Warsaw, some bus stops are on demand, so if you don't press the button, it will not stop. And the thing is that if you look at all the bus stops in line, the one on demand, they are being marked. I don't remember exactly how, but as far as I remember, there is like, for normal one is like a circle filled black, and then for the one on demand, there's like circle just white inside. So, but when you look at it, it's kind of obvious that there's something wrong with those bus stops. So remember to press the button. Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? And our last one for today is Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? Gdzie są biletomaty? Actually, the word biletomaty or biletomat sounds very weird even for myself. Since it's a new word, it's basically a word that was created, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, when we got those, ticket machines, and saying something like maszyna na bilety, maszyna do biletów, maszyna gdzie się kupuje bilety, where maszyna, yeah? Maszyna means machine. So saying a long phrase like that was just really not the thing you want to do. And someone, I don't know, made this phrase, this word, biletomat. And right now we have biletomaty, of course, next to the metro, on some bus stops, on many tram stops, inside of a tram, inside of a bus as well. So not all, but many. So I wouldn't say it's always there, but many occasions, yes. In Warsaw at least. So what it is therefore is that if you buy like 30 minutes ticket and you are stuck in traffic jam, you cannot even go out of the bus and say save yourself paying a fine once your ticket is not valid anymore. But you cannot buy a ticket as well unless you've got this machine over there sitting there and waiting for you to buy a new one, which is very often the case. So that's actually pretty convenient, right? Thank you for listening. Today we learned top 10 phrases to survive at the station. Thank you again and see you next time! Hello everybody, this is Marzena and welcome to Polish Top Words. Today we will learn 10 phrases to survive at the station. So here we go! Jadę do. I would like to go to. The first and the most important one is jadę do. Jadę do Krakowa, jadę do Torunia, jadę do Poznania, jadę do Wrocławia. So, jadę do means I would like to go to. Luckily for you, this phrase is very short, first of all, and it's the same for male and female, so you don't have to change. Well, if you want to use the plural form, would be jedziemy do. Jedziemy do. So the preposition stays the same, do, and we just change the verb from jadę to jedziemy. And you can say, for example, jedziemy do Gdańska, jedziemy do Krakowa, jedziemy do Torunia, jedziemy do Poznania. So you may have noticed already that the name of the city changes. Like Toruń becomes Torunia, Gdańsk becomes Gdańska, Wrocław becomes Wrocławia, Kraków becomes Krakowa, Łódź becomes Łodzi, and this is because the case changes. So we change the case to genitive case. That's the second one, second case. So when you use preposition do, as in jadę do, you change it to the second case. So the name of the city will change. Jadę do Warszawy. We don't say jadę do Warszawa. That's a mistake. Jadę do Warszawy. And actually I said it means I would like to go to, but like very literally it means I'm going to, I'm heading to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? Wow, and our next one is something you would definitely need in Poland, because this changes a lot. It's a very long one, so be prepared. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? So let's just look at this phrase a little bit closer. So first we have the particle czy, that's asking. Z tego peronu, from this platform, odjeżdża, leaves. And then pociąg do, train to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? That's the whole phrase. And you can say, czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Warszawy? Is this the right platform for Warsaw? Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Torunia? Is this the right platform for Toruń? And as you probably notice, there is the same preposition do as in the previous one, jadę do. Hence, we change the name of the city. So again, Toruń becomes Torunia, Warszawa becomes Warszawy, and Kraków becomes Krakowa, and so on and so on. So remember to change the name of the city. And it is very important for you to remember to memorize this phrase, because in Poland, sadly, especially as far as I remember, in Warsaw, in the central station, platforms change very often, like last minute, 5 minutes to the train, and they say, oh, the platform was changed from number 5 to number 1, and you run. And it really happens very often, and it's very hectic, and it's like, yeah, so not to panic, that's the first rule, and then run, that's the second rule, and ask, that's the third rule. So don't, even if you go to the platform, the right platform, don't just rest reassured that it's okay and I'm just waiting and just relax. I mean, it's okay to relax, but always check if this is the right platform again and again, because it really changes a lot. O której jest ostatni pociąg? What time is the last train? Our next phrase is o której jest ostatnie metro, which is actually a sentence, and it means what time is the last metro? O której jest ostatnie metro? So, if you're in Warsaw, it's very common to travel with metro, even though we have only actually 2 lines, but it's going through the whole Warsaw. It is really, really, really convenient. And one thing to remember about Warsaw, well, buses are basically 24/7. Only that, at night you have to pay like small additional charge for the ticket. And the other thing about buses is that, well, it's very convenient because all the buses are going to the city center at night, and all the buses are going out from the city center. So basically, if you're really drunk and you were at a party and you want to get home, just take any bus, and sooner or later you end up in the city center, and then you can take the correct bus or the right bus that's going to your house. Nevertheless, it takes time, and metro is more convenient. During the weekdays, it's still running pretty late and then starting pretty fast. But during the weekends, it's running 24/7. So it's really, really convenient. Just find the bus stop and get to the bus and go to the city center, get to the correct bus. And that's it. And you can go back home anytime you want without paying for taxi. Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Okay, the next very important phrase is gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Actually, where do I change for a train to? That would be maybe more correct translation. For example, you can say Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Wrocławia? Where do I change for the train to Wrocław? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Krakowa? Where do I change to a train to Kraków or for a train to Kraków? And as you may already remember, and if not, then please try to memorize that. After the preposition do, we use the second case, the genitive case. So we change the name of the city again, Kraków, Krakowa, Warszawa, Warszawy, Wrocław, Wrocławia, and so on and so on. Opole, my hometown, to Opola. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? Even if you know all those phrases, you will never ever get to the right place if you don't know this one. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? So you may already know that gdzie means where, and stacja kolejowa is just train station. Usually the main train station will be somewhere around the city center, but for bigger cities they will have few train stations like around the city, even though within the city you don't really travel by train. You travel by trams, you travel by buses, well, in Warsaw there is metro as well, but you don't really travel by train within the city. But you will still even like maybe medium or big cities, you will have few train stations located around the city, with the main train station usually in the city center, or I think 99% of examples it will be so. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? Our next phrase, or actually a sentence, is Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? And, well, you probably remember gdzie is where, and bilet is a ticket. The word nabyć is actually maybe a little bit difficult. Nabyć means just to buy. And of course you can use gdzie mogę kupić bilet. You probably know already kupić. Kupić means to buy, but nabyć is a more fancy way of saying to buy something. And we use it very often as well. So, gdzie mogę kupić bilet? It's perfectly fine. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Is level up if you want to learn another word for kupić. Nabyć. Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to... Okay, and the next very important one is... Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is a ticket to? Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to? Or actually literally, how much is a ticket to? And as I already said, within the city, I don't think there will be big difference. I mean, like the ticket will be within the city, so that's okay. So there will be one ticket, but if you are going, for example, from Warsaw to Kraków, or from Kraków to Wrocław, or anywhere else within Poland, then of course this is a very useful phrase to learn. And the same preposition do, so remember we use second case, genitive case, for cities. So we can say, for example, ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? So Kraków changes to Krakowa. Ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? How much is the ticket to Krakow? Ile kosztuje bilet do Warszawy? How much is the ticket to Warsaw? Ile kosztuje bilet do Gdańska? How much is the ticket to Gdańsk? And so on, and so on, and so on. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? Yeah, and to take the bus, you really need to know how to ask where the bus stop is. And in Polish we say, gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? So przystanek is a stop, and autobusowy means bus, so bus stop. And for big cities like Warsaw, there is plenty of bus stops everywhere around. So basically, you just walk around and you will find one sooner or later. In smaller cities like my hometown, Opole, there's not so many. I basically always opt for walking around than taking a bus. So it's very important to know how to ask where one is. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? Now, once you get to this przystanek autobusowy or the bus stop, you may want to ask, o której będzie następny autobus? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? And you can always check it, right? But sometimes the timetables are very confusing, and then you have weekdays and weekends and bus numbers and so on. And some buses will not go this way or this way, and maybe sometimes you've got different times for the same bus, and depending on which color it is, this bus will go this route or this route, and then you may end up missing your own bus stop. Which, by the way, another thing to remember, in some cities like Warsaw, some bus stops are on demand, so if you don't press the button, it will not stop. And the thing is that if you look at all the bus stops in line, the one on demand, they are being marked. I don't remember exactly how, but as far as I remember, there is for normal one is a circle filled black, and then for the one on demand, there's circle just white inside. So, but when you look at it, it's kind of obvious that there's something wrong with those bus stops. So remember to press the button. Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? And our last one for today is Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? Gdzie są biletomaty? Actually, the word biletomaty or biletomat sounds very weird even for myself. Since it's a new word. It's basically a word that was created, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. When we got those, ticket machines, and saying something like maszyna na bilety, maszyna do biletów, maszyna gdzie się kupuje bilety, where maszyna, yeah? Maszyna means machine. So saying a long phrase like that was just really not the thing you want to do, and someone, I don't know, made this phrase, this word, biletomat. And right now we have biletomaty, of course, next to the metro, on some bus stops, on many tram stops, inside of a tram, inside of a bus as well. So not all, but many. So I wouldn't say it's always there, but many occasions, yes. In Warsaw at least. So what it is therefore is that if you buy 30 minutes ticket and you are stuck in traffic jam, you cannot even go out of the bus and say save yourself paying a fine once your ticket is not valid anymore. But you cannot buy a ticket as well unless you've got this machine over there sitting there and waiting for you to buy a new one, which is very often the case. So that's actually pretty convenient, right? Thank you for listening. Today we learned top 10 phrases to survive at the station. Please let us know in the comments what you think about it. And remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more content like this. Thank you again, and see you next time!